We're going to call this meeting of the TRPA Governing Board to order. It is Wednesday, July 23rd, and it is 10:02. First item on the agenda is roll call to determine quorum. Maria, can you please call the roll?
Miss Aldine. Here. Mr. DeCara.
Here.
Mr. Bass.
Here.
Ms. Conrad Seda. Ms. Faustinos.
Here.
Ms. Gustafson.
Here.
Ms. Hayes.
Here.
Ms. Hill. Mr. Henigman.
Here.
Mr. Keycapper. Ms. Lane.
Here.
Ms. Loomer.
Here.
Mr. Rice.
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer. I believe he had stepped in the room. Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. A few housekeeping rules. Remote board members, please remember not to use the chat box to make any comments or have sidebar conversations. Everyone that's online, please remember to mute your microphone so we don't get that feedback. And then when we turn to the public comment periods, we'll have people in the room come forward to speak, and online we'll do raise hand to speak on Zoom. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could please rise. And next, agenda item 3 is our public comment period. This is our public comment period for items on the agenda. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on an agenda item, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The comment period is reserved for items on the agenda at the beginning. We will hold a public comment period at the end of the meeting before adjournment for other public interest comments. Additionally, there will be a dedicated public comment period when the Johansson Pier item is heard, so any member of the public wishing to comment on that specific item may do so either now or during that agenda item. So if there are members of the public wishing to address the board at this time, please come forward.
Good morning, Chair, members of the governing board. My name is Laura Patton, and I'm the Natural Resource Director at the League to Save Lake Tahoe. I'm speaking today on behalf of the League on the Tahoe Keys and aquatic invasive species item today. The League strongly supports the conclusions from and the completion of the Tahoe Keys control methods test. We recognize that this project is one of the most significant and scientifically rigorous efforts ever undertaken to address the spread of aquatic invasive species in Lake Tahoe. Invasive species in the Keys threaten the clarity, health, and ecology of the entire lake, and we really consider this to be the largest ecological threat to Lake Tahoe in general. The infestation didn't happen overnight, and we know it won't be solved with a single tool. That's why this test, using multiple methods side by side in a controlled, carefully monitored environment, was so important. It's delivering real world data to determine what works best, not just for the Tahoe Keys, but really all of Lake Tahoe. Science is the League's North Star. This test is providing exactly the kind of independent, transparent science that the public needs to have confidence in future decisions around the Tahoe Keys. The League has been proud to help inform, track, and share the progress of this test with the broader community, and we look forward to continuing this work through continued financial contributions to containment that we've committed since 2017 and through hosting a science symposium next year. Containment is critical for the Tahoe Keys and for aquatic weed fragments in the lake in general, but containment alone really isn't enough. We have to move forward boldly and responsibly with solutions. We urge the governing board to continue supporting innovative solutions like the control methods test in the Keys so the Tahoe community can move from studying the problem to solving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room wishing to make public comment at this time?
Hey, good morning, governing board. So 2 of us from the league today splitting up. I'm going to talk about the regional transportation plan, which is also on your agenda here today. As you know, sorry, Gavin Feiger, League to Save Lake Tahoe. I might have forgot to say that. as you know, the league, we're very involved in transportation in Tahoe. We've been, commenting and heavily involved and largely supportive of regional transportation plans since the 90s. The one this year for, the update from 2020, not a huge difference in the actual plan, which is a good thing. Consistency, it takes more than 4 years to get transportation projects on the ground and to see results from all the efforts and implementation start to happen. Some of the improvements this year, we were really happy to see. Staff did a great job with public outreach. There's a lot more public outreach this year. Even kind of like the cartoons, a day in the life of different transportation users. Thought they were a little cheesy at first, and they grew on me after I saw it a few presentations. But it was engaging, is creative, so I really like that. The detailed and transportation analysis was really helpful. A lot of data we can pull from for all kinds of transportation planning in the next 4 years and beyond. And the focus on transit is great. I think we all know kind of anecdotally that transit service is one of the biggest missing pieces, if not the biggest missing piece in our transportation environment in Tahoe. And the league, we've been really involved with this. We brought bike share and scooter share, like them or not, to Tahoe, micro transit, working with Brooke closely to launch the Emerald Bay shuttle this summer. And so the RTP with the focus on transit is fantastic. The transit appendix is almost like its own kind of transit vision, transit plan, long range for the region, which is fantastic. And then I want to move on to funding a little bit. We talk about that a lot. It was a big focus of the 2020 RTP. Locals have done great. So I mean, Placer County, the city, private sector, destination stewardship support has really brought in a lot of money over the last 4 years, which, tying those two things together, the express need for transit, especially transit operations funding, as well as the locals doing a really good job bringing in money, and a lot of that going to transit operations. So things are going well. And looking now over the next 4 years, I'd really like to see the focus in how to keep that pressure up. The goal of the RTP is to reduce vehicle miles traveled. That's kind of the ultimate goal. So looking at the regional plan policies that support that threshold, that VMT threshold, and how those policies can be adjusted to point to the 2025 RTP, and really how to get transit operations funded. So that's where we as a league would really like to see the focus go in implementation, and a lot of that will fall into the transportation committee. So thank you.
Thanks, Gavin. Anyone else in the room wishing to make comment? Okay, let's go online. Catherine or Maria, is there anyone online wishing to make comment at this time?
Madam Chair, we have 4 hands raised online.
Okay.
First hand up is Aaron. Aaron, please unmute, state your full name and make your comment.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Aaron Vanderpool, Lake Tahoe resident. And I wanted to use this time to make comment on agenda items, I guess 8 and 9 for the regional transportation plan. And I'm speaking as a very long time resident and somebody that tries to use public transit every time I have to go somewhere in the basin. And I can't get it. I can't use it. It doesn't work for me. And I would urge to not continue this plan. I don't support this plan. I haven't supported this plan. It's making things worse, and I don't see how this works. I don't agree with the free taxi system. I've gone to cities like Baltimore, Minneapolis, Chicago, in Oahu, and I've used the public transit, but in Tahoe, I can't make it work for me. It's confusing to figure out and plan my trips using that the transit app, which I guess is a national app, which that doesn't help. And then I have colleagues that come up here once a month without a car to work, and they can't use the bus to get to Truckee. And so they're having her brother drive all the way up from Reno to go between Tahoe City and Truckee. And then I have colleagues that work in Incline and try to get home to Kings Beach, and the buses don't run at the hours they get off. And I just think this is a nightmare because I don't see this funding being sustainable. And I'm also seeing advertisements online targeting for the T-bid and all this transit system. Why are we wasting so much money online advertising this and bringing in all this funding for something that's not sustainable and really is to be honest, is for tourists. And I've seen this and witnessed this and experienced this firsthand as they try to build tourist stations for the tourist attractions they're creating. And a transit system that I would like to see is a lot of buses, you know, and routes and bus stops, not amenities and creating more opportunities for like tourists to come here and advertising that tourists can do all this free stuff and bringing more people to Basin when it's not working for the workforce. And these things like T-bids, raising taxes, it feels like it's going to raise taxes when locals want to use those services as well. And we're already seeing wealth inequality, and all this is connected with the housing plans that are being brought forth, which is just giving more money to the wealthy and taking opportunities away from the working force, which we're seeing an exodus of the working force that is clogging our roads even more. So the transit system is not working for our workforce, and that's what I wanted to say here. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
The next hand raise is Ann Nichols. Ann, please unmute to make your comment. And I don't see that your microphone is picking up any audio from you. If you can double check your audio settings and we will circle back. Next hand raised is Ellie. Ellie, please state your full name for the record and unmute to make your comment. Ellie, if you're online, please unmute to make your comment.
Hello?
Yep, we hear you, Ellie. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Ellie Waller. My comments are general about transportation in the basin. During the EIP presentations, Ms. Lane brought up a good point about the differences between SR 89 and SR 28 approaches. Getting people off the highway ultimately is a goal, but that's not what we're doing. Mr. Marino pointed out that lots are needed. Nothing in the 10-year horizon says that there'll be no cars in corridors. That is really not been in a planning horizon or cycle, how to actually eliminate the parking so the safety factor is met. Mitigated parking programs, not more parking. Capacity and issues for cars and people at recreation sites is needed. Why does that fall through the cracks? If we don't know how many people and how many cars, how can we continue to plan for ancillary parking in a temporary situation? In upcoming presentations, the roles of each agency related to transportation need to be defined. I'm getting down into the weeds. Douglas County recently contracted with the Tahoe Transportation District for Douglas County specific services of the South Shore Transportation Management Association for Douglas County residents. I'm not sure how all that's going to play out because the South Shore or SSTMA is a bi-state operation. Lots of public confusion on pass-through dollars and responsibilities related to lots of transportation issues. Some kind of flow charts need to be provided to the residents and people that are most concerned. Getting into the compact language, the TTD's businesses of the district are hereby established as a special purpose district. The boundaries of the district shall be managed by a board of directors. Again, lots of confusion on the word may in the compact. I will turn that in as a written comment so it's all pointed out adequately. How does the TTD determine irrelevancy of an underperforming service and optimally eliminating a service if it can't be sustained? With the transportation plans, obviously I sent in several comprehensive comments. There are lots of reports that need to be compared, and we should have a matrix or flow chart showing what came from 2012, 2017, and forward. As always, it's at the expense of the public not really having full transparency. Thank you.
The next hand raised is Helen Neff. Helen, please unmute to make your comment.
Hey, this is Helen Neff from Incline Village. Can you hear me this time?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for my issues earlier with the EIP committee. But right now I want to talk about Connections 2050. So thank you to the team that compiled the matrix of the public comments and responses. That was very helpful. My own comments focused on a big disconnect during the public outreach. We were shown a truly inspiring transit vision, but that vision is not reflected in the final report. And in response to that comment, TRPA said an in-depth analysis and strategy will begin later this year. But honestly, we don't need more reports. We just need some action. For decades, TRPA has produced visionary transportation plans, amazing plans. And yet on the ground, we're still dealing with unsafe roads, gridlock, fragmented transit, as the other speaker spoke to, very few alternatives to driving. Each new study seems to push real change further out while congestion worsens, evacuation concerns grow, and Lake Tahoe suffers, the lake and the people. We know the challenges, there are funding gaps, there's complex coordination, but there are practical steps that could be taken. Prioritize a transit-first solution for visitors and commuters coming from outside the basin. Stop expanding parking lots. They only encourage car use. Shift funds from underperforming fixed routes into high-frequency round the lake transit service, something that could also replace the current summer shuttles on the east and west shores. Use microtransit to connect neighborhoods with the round the lake service. Recognize that 100% fare-free system isn't financially sustainable. Of course, let the people that can, the low-income workers, students, people who need free rides, give them passes, but ask others to pay their share. And delay the costly East Shore expansion. It's a visitor attraction, not a commute solution. Transit to bring the visitors to the trail should come before any additional trail is built. These aren't radical ideas. They're practical, cost conscious, and aligned with the very transit vision that inspired so many of us. Not addressing that the solutions in the final plan while continuing with the status quo risks undermining public trust. Right now, Connections 2050 is just another glossy document. It's time to move from analysis to bold action. We can't wait until 2050. We deserve results, not just aspirations. Thank you.
And we're back to Ann Nichols. Ann, please unmute to make your comment.
How about this time?
We hear you.
Oh, great. Good morning, Governing Board. Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. What's worrisome to me is you seem to keep changing the thresholds to accommodate projects and your issues. Like the California Attorney General wants you to have ongoing sustainable funding. You tried to go after that with a TBID, a request for a business improvement district in Washoe County. It failed. It was terribly written. The residents shouldn't have to subsidize transportation for visitors. There seems to be no distinction about this. The thresholds can't be changed. Policies can't be changed to accommodate your problems. Your inability to deal with gridlock and safety and evacuation. This has got to stop. I hope the Attorney General in California will enforce. You were supposed to come up with a solution in 2023, and here we are. And you just keep coming after us and the local businesses financially, you know, and everything is about tourism and attraction and induced demand. And we are it's, you know, the 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. So I really hope that you have a limit of 1,300, no more than 1,300 vehicle trips a day allowed with a new project. And that latitude 39 on East Shore, oh, the traffic guy came up with 1,298. Surprise, surprise. And you approved it. with no workforce housing and anything. So this is really just untoward. You have to stop the same group think that is not working. The CEP projects haven't worked. And, Boulder Bay just went into foreclosure. It's owned now by the lender. And this is really part of transportation. That was 2,800 trips a day, 750,000 square feet of build out. Kings Beach Town Center, 400,000 square feet of build out. We think, that's all we've heard. We have to step back. These projects are too big. You let too much go through. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
All right, thank you. Thank you, public commenters. Let's move on to approval of agenda. Staff, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will deem the agenda approved as posted. Agenda item 5 is approval of minutes. We have a draft set of minutes from June 25th on page 31 of your packet. Anyone have any changes they'd like to make? I hear a motion to approve. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll approve those meeting minutes. Thank you.
Aye.
Let's move. Thank you. Sorry, I'm whipping through them. Thank you. That brings us to the TRPA consent calendar. This is agenda item 6. There's one item on consent. It's coming out of the legal committee, so I'll give you a quick update. Legal committee heard an enforcement action, unauthorized tree removal from Incline Village this morning. It was a proposed settlement for 2 trees removed for $20,000, and the legal committee unanimously recommended to the governing board to approve that settlement. Any questions on consent calendar item 1? Yep.
Just quickly, it also states that they've agreed to plant 4 mature 15 to 20-foot native conifers to replace the trees that were removed. Are they also required to plant them in the same location of the trees they removed?
Thank you for that question. I'm not sure we heard an answer to that. I heard they have to keep them alive, but I'm not sure about the location. I'll look to counsel on that one.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Lane. This is Graham St. Michelle. I believe that the settlement agreement and Steve Sweet with the party, they were working out. I don't think it's the exact same location, but they've worked out where the appropriate spots would be.
And the only reason why I asked that question is because for decades, people have been saying, these people with money that own lakefront properties and cut trees down illegally to enhance their view have no problem paying the fine. And so it seems to me like placing those trees in the same spot would be a bigger deterrent to people to just cut them down illegally.
Ms. Aldine?
My recollection, Brooke, is there is some overlap with respect to where the trees are being replaced. And this is not a lakefront property. But the Lakeview, yes. I mean, the TRPA is alleging, in accordance with the settlement agreement, that it was done for that purpose. The Gonzaleses refute that. So there's no mention of view enhancement in the settlement agreement, just as an accommodation to the parties. Thank you.
Mr. Settlemeyer?
Sorry about that. Took me a second to remember the right button to hit. James Settlemeyer, Director of Department of Conservation Natural Resources. We've had similar problems on state-owned properties in Nevada. We try to put them as close to the location as possible. You can't go to the exact same location because you generally have a large root ball at said location. So you try to put in the proximity. We also then mandate that there be water placed at them for a couple of years in order to give them a good chance at survivability. And we actually, generally in our situation, we plant more trees than necessary, realizing that you're probably going to lose 30 to 50%. And then if for some reason too many of them take off, we agree to go in and thin them back out because some people are very worried about more trees in the realm of fire danger. But it is a problem to the point where we've had trees that were cut down, agreements were made, trees were planted, and the next day they were cut down again because they didn't like where they were planted.
Anyone else questions or comments on the consent calendar item?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a quick comment. I do agree that I think that may be a good policy for us in the future just to implement so that that's just known and people know that if they cut down a tree, they're going to be looking at possibly more trees in front of the root ball where they cut it down. And so it's just becomes a known policy that people, yeah, don't attempt that.
Other questions or comments? Okay, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? A roll call vote then, please.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara, Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes,
Madam Chair, motion passes.
thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 7, which is TRPA's public hearings. Our first is Connections 2050 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. Information can be found on page 69 of your packets, and I believe I'm turning it over to Director Reagan and Michelle Glickert to present for staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. Good morning, board members, members of the public, and TRPA staff. Delighted to kick this off. Just a few introductory words before I pass it along to Michelle and our team. I did want to acknowledge and recognize Rosalie Herrera, who is the Deputy Forest Supervisor on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit of the U.S. Forest Service. Rosalie is joining the board in its capacity as the MPO, which is item number 8. So she'll be sitting at the dais. And that is part of my introduction. There are a series of agenda items and you wear different hats. You have the TRPA hat under the compact. You have the federally designated Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, and then you have the RTPA, a California designation in transportation planning. So just bear with us on the procedural nature of this item. But I think the bigger picture reason behind that is that we do play this really critical role in the region for transportation. And we've had some of these designations only in more recent history. Our MPO designation now is about 25 years. It's about half of our lifespan under the compact. And it's worth noting because I think it touches speaks to some of the public comments that we heard about transportation in the basin. And this has been an area that we've long we know that it connects to our environmental thresholds. A lot of communities around the country have regional transportation plans. They're very focused on commuter traffic in cities and moving goods and services and commerce and congestion and road quality, all those things matter. But here, it connects to our environmental mission because we know what happens on the land affects the water quality. The roadways are a huge contributor to fine sediment. The roads act as conveyor belts, transporting pollutants into the lake. So we have this connection to the environment that's a little different than in other places. And we also have the opportunity under the compact to connect our land use planning with our transportation and have the authority. But it is very difficult because we don't manage roads, we don't build infrastructure projects, so we rely on our partners. And that speaks to the heart of our role in the basin of bringing folks together, bringing those who implement this transportation plan together, which is a collection of many, many agencies and partners, local governments, roadway agencies. There are about 91 projects in this plan to the tune of about $2.5 billion. Of what we envision as foreseeable revenue, with another $1.5 billion roughly of aspirational, we call them illustrative projects. So all in, we've got a big ticket infrastructure package here that also have a lot of important policies designed to support our environmental standards. We have a new transportation and sustainability, sustainable community strategy and sustainable threshold that we just passed in the last RTP of 2021. I've been through many of these RTP documents and planning processes, and they are aspirational and visionary. But I think what's different this time is that we are finally getting traction in this rural community, which struggles with the funding to implement. We are finally getting traction to actually get these improvements on the ground. And it's exciting. And it's an exciting opportunity for us to be leaders and to keep being the glue that hold this partnership together so that we translate the vision into reality. And I think we all share that goal with the community. And I think you heard some of that in the introduction. So before I turn this over, I wanted to recognize a couple of other notes that as an environmental agency, we also have the obligation under the MPO authority to have safety be considered. And we had a very good discussion at the Environmental Improvement Program Committee about Spooner Corridor and 28 Corridor and the safety of, the current condition of roadway parking is untenable, whether it's around Emerald Bay, whether it's around Sand Harbor and 28. And we actually have obligations of safety. And just a quick a few stats that our staff pulled together, just from the time when you adopted the last regional transportation plan in April of 21 through the end of 2023, which is where we have stats available, there have been 745 crashes, 12 of them with fatalities, 78 severe injuries. And that's just through the end of 23. We don't yet have 24 or 25 data. There's a lag. We expect 2024 data in the fall. We know this year we've had some very, very tragic situations on our roadways. And so I want to underscore that this plan not only is designed to meet our goals for greenhouse gas reduction and our threshold standards and our environmental standards, but also to improve safety for our communities around the basin. And then we also want to recognize that we are a resort community. I want to make sure it's clear on the record that the projects in here are not designed to attract more people. They are designed to fix the status quo problems, which are unacceptable. And we do have a resort community. I like to say we're a small rural resort town on the weekdays and kind of a big city on the weekends. That is the nature of where we are, being the backyard to so many population centers from the Bay Area to Northern Nevada. And we have to deal with that. We are not growing. It's important to note, and I think Michelle and the team will point this out, we're projecting 0.25% growth to the full-time population over the next 20 years per year, 0.25% per year. That is nothing. And you look at the areas in Northern Nevada and Northern California, double-digit growth. And we have public lands and an obligation to have access to public land. So that at the heart of it is what we're trying to achieve. And it's very challenging with the funding scenarios that we've got. But I think our team has done an amazing job, TRPA staff, our partners at the Tahoe Transportation District, and all the other partners that have worked on this, our legal team. A lot of questions I'm sure that you'll have as we go through these hearings. But just wanted you to know that we take seriously the public comments that we've heard, that we are working in earnest, to make a seamless transportation system happen in the basin. Many of you have dedicated your lives and careers to doing that. And so I really want to thank this governing board for your leadership. We're recognizing our local governments are contributing at record levels to transportation infrastructure in the basin. And I think that is a testament to this board's leadership. And so with that, I will turn this over to Michelle, Rebecca, and our staff, and Marcia Birch from our legal team are here to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Director Reagan. Good morning, everyone. It is a great day to be here. A lot of work, a lot of folks here in the audience and around this table, and I mean this full table, have contributed to this plan. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Michelle Glickert, the Transportation Planning Program Manager. So today I'm going to do a summary of the Connections 2050. That is our Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy. And this presentation is going to cover items 7A and 7B. You'll be taking those motions separately and under those different authorities. So let's go to the next slide. Connections 2050 is more than just our 25-year transportation vision for this region. It is our regional transportation plan blueprint. And that means it's identifying a host of projects and those foreseeable funds to implement those projects and also programs. We update the plan every 4 years. So while our vision for a connected transportation system that offers travel options to reduce reliance on the automobile is steadfast, updating the funding sources, the commitments that we have for all of our projects happens on that 4-year cycle. So we utilize years of data to identify the funding sources. We track agency success in securing grants as well as the final funding forecast. We refine those goals slightly and update our policies each time, creating new ones to ensure we are evolving with our environment. Now, the RTP goals and policies are amended, one of your actions later, into the regional plan. And that is part of the transportation element of that regional plan. And that's to ensure we're all moving in the same direction. The projects of the plan also implement not only those, but aid in maintaining our threshold standards. Next slide. Our projects and programs are driven by these goals. We talked about safety, and that is a large one. We have environment and prosperity, mobility, aids in all of those things we just talked about, getting people around Tahoe, resilience. We're going to talk even a little bit more about that. And of course, performance. This is a performance-driven plan. So we are not that similar, though, to many regions. You heard a little bit about that in Director Reagan's intro. Our main roads are state-owned and U.S. highways, right? We have 90% public lands. That means federal and state. So that doesn't leave a lot of options on that transportation system. Our plan doesn't contain multi-lane interchanges or new metered on-ramps. Our projects and programs focus on increasing those multimodal travel options, and those do take time. Our project list changes slightly from plan to plan. 30% of this project list, which is about 91, are new projects, which means that we have implemented projects, and maybe we need to celebrate those a little bit more so people remember that progress is happening. Projects do take more than 4 years. So that this plan often, between each cycle, we're updating our modal plans. And you guys helped us do that this year. We had our Vision Zero document and our active transportation plan. Those get down into the weeds of all of the projects in the region, working with our locals. All of that then rolls up into this regional transportation plan. Now, our vision is really about, or kind of categorized in these strategies. Transit. The plan vision is for reliable services that connect us to our town centers, our recreation destinations within Tahoe, connections to and from outside of the region. And that's not just for recreation, that's also the workforce. A system that can accommodate those slower times and those holiday peaks is what we have to design for. Trails need to be safe and connected. This covers our bike lanes, our sidewalks, the paths for walking, rolling, and that means around the lake and again, to those destinations, town centers, recreation. Now, technology, managing the system, building in convenience and information, which is about finding transportation options. We want to make sure everyone is able to find those options. Parking availability, that's become a bigger one over the last 4 years and a little bit of a change. Making reservations can be necessary now to get to certain places. So receiving important information when we have emergencies as well. It's also about continually updating our data with new and more comprehensive sources, which means we're going to be updating our technology plan to help us get around Tahoe, working on transportation system resilience to ensure we can safely get in and out of the region. Now, towns and corridors, our last strategy, is really where we roll up it all. Everything gets rolled up a bit. That means locating residential units where we have good transportation infrastructure so we can reduce environmental degradation. But it's also about managing the transportation system in those recreation corridors. We'll be taking a larger focus on travel demand management at our recreation sites and within our town centers. You heard about that just this morning, right? SR 28 is a prime example. In town centers is a bigger focus this time around in this plan, where we want to really capture the region's dentist employment, right? Where a lot of those trips are taking place and where affordable housing is focused. So we need a good system in place in those areas. Next slide. So development of the plan started about 2 years ago. Thanks for hanging in there with us. We updated the public participation plan, the Vision Zero strategy, that active transportation plan. And with that, we had over 449 respondents to a bilingual survey. And then we completed around 34 presentations to stakeholders, associations, committees, committee groups. The plan was released on April 16th with our first public hearing on the North Shore at the governing board meeting on April 23rd. And then we moved quickly into May onto the TTD, acting as the Tahoe Transportation Commission. That is the advisory to the TMPO. And then we released received comments at the APC from commissioners and the public as well at those two hearings. So we presented the draft in addition to local committees with stakeholders and working groups. In June, that month sure flew by, preparing the final draft and incorporating details and comments from the public and all of those meetings. So the staff report does include a summary of the public feedback we received. The detailed attachment is found on page 83 of your packet. It's been referenced a few times today. Not all comments were directly related to the regional transportation plan. A lot of that has to do with the hats we wear, right? And those authorities that we have. But they were all included in the attachment. Basin-wide evacuation planning, for example. Evacuation planning and coordination is discussed in the regional transportation plan. The main heart of it in chapter 2 with all those strategies supporting it, technology, how we can support, our first responders and emergency response agencies. And of course, environmental analysis, chapter 4.9 of our initial study environmental checklist includes new mitigation measure to ensure project implementation and construction is coordinated with our emergency responders. Now, over the past few weeks, we presented our final draft to the Tahoe Transportation District and the APC, and we did receive unanimous recommendation from each of those. The APC during their deliberation requested staff share a request from them as the advisory to this board to prioritize the current TRPA annual work plan, that item on updating the mobility mitigation fee and project impact analysis tool. Specifically, the credit period for existing development. And overall, we want to simplify the system so we can see that redevelopment that we all need. We will be working on that, and I'm going to talk about that. You also received a few comments yesterday afternoon. Staff has reviewed those comments and did not find any new comments that were not already addressed in the comment matrix. There was one exception. There was a comment about a policy, and the proposed policy was changed from the last plan. That policy is about providing an opportunity for local jurisdictions to discuss coordinated evacuation planning with transportation departments and transit agencies. And that was edited from the previous plan just to clarify TRPA's role in evacuation planning. And I think you've all been fully aware. 2 months ago, you had a great working panel here talking about all of those different agencies that support evacuation planning. Next slide. So our final draft plan did not necessitate changes to those goals and policies, as I just mentioned. Minor edits were made to chapter 2. We refined the strategies for implementing the transportation vision based on all that public feedback and yours. Refinements to the transit operations outlook. That's the appendix that was mentioned earlier as well. That really is that long-term vision because transit is a big priority and a focus for us in this plan. We updated project cost, and this is one always can be a little challenging. Work doesn't stop with this plan work. As much as I like to think about it, I think it is a living document. So we have to update our project costs, and we did a little bit of that for the final draft. And of course, our revenue totals. So let's talk about those. Next slide. So the foreseeably funded projects, those are the financially constrained projects. The final total is 2.46 billion, and illustrative projects, all important, but with not defined funding, is 1.56 billion for a total plan of about $4 billion. Now I can see you might be glazing over. If you're not, I know the public is. That is a large number. And it's important to consider that this is for a 25-year period. Transportation projects are not decreasing in prices. We do actually escalate those costs over that 25-year period to account for some of that. But we have, what we have here is not a year-round construction season. We have a lot of challenges that are before us. And that is why those foreseeably funding shares are shown up here on the right. It takes all of those shares to make this happen. We have local, private, state, and federal are shown. The plan highlights that the local share is 40%. That's the largest it's been. And we want to, as you heard too, with the League to Save Lake Tahoe. Transit occupancy taxes are an example of that. Also, those mobility mitigation fees are part of that local share. So total foreseeably funded. This is what I want to talk about for a second here, those transit projects. We're hearing a lot. I think people are ready. We are ready to have an improved system. The transit projects that are forecasted in our plan are for the next 25 years. We can only afford basically the existing services we have today. And that isn't, we have service not around the lake, but a lot of service on the North Shore and the South Shore. But it's those connections we're lacking and outside the basin. The full vision, the annual need for that full vision is 48 annual, $1 million annually. So that leaves us with about 22 million more each year that's needed to get us to our full vision, that 25-year vision. So we know there's a lot of work ahead. Many of you already are prioritizing and implementing new services. Next slide. I don't want you to be too discouraged. Like I said, those larger numbers. We do have some great projects in this plan and already in the works. So we have commute programs are growing with the North Shore and now the South Shore, the van pool programs that are managed through our transportation management associations. They work largely with those employers who sit on their boards to actually adhere this workforce van pool program. The West Shore Trail from Meeks Bay to DL Bliss partnership is required with the Forest Service, California State Parks, Caltrans, El Dorado County. That is how projects work in Tahoe. Developing the trail plan that will close the gap in the overall Tahoe Trail is going to help us provide sustainable travel options to the recreation areas and those communities along the West Shore. Now with State Line Avenue, complete streets planning, we're going to be able to move a little bit closer to making those town centers safer with much needed bike lanes and sidewalks along that avenue. Technology projects to improve real-time information and coordinated transportation systems with data collection and emergency responses as well. That's part of the TTD's SMART program. Now, this image up there on the right is not just a nice sheltered bus stop with a bike path behind it. The camera sensors on the top there, they actually capture pedestrians, bikes, and vehicle counts. So the footage is then analyzed also on an AI platform to count users and identify various safety events. Now, last but not least, SR28 corridor, you heard a little bit about that with the Spooner Mobility Hub, relocating shoulder parking into those managed parking lots is part of that. Now, happening today is part of the Mobility Hub. Some of that work is going on, and many of these elements on SR28 are in the works. And those phases are also in our transportation plan. Being in the transportation plan then helps eligibility for federal funds and state programs. Next slide. So we completed, as required, that environmental analysis on the foreseeably funded projects to ensure we're meeting our VMT and air quality goals. So the plan is CEQA compliant. We analyzed all changes to projects, policies since the last RTP, and we've also incorporated new information on environmental conditions and new mitigation measures. Public feedback and plan updates did not necessitate changes to our environmental analysis that were released back in April. We're going beyond our 2012 mitigation measures. We now have a new evacuation document that is the regional evacuation plan coordinated with those 20 various public safety agencies. So we are adding in requirements to ensure transportation projects, the design and even construction of them, including those traffic control plans, are coordinated with evacuation officials in the county where the project is located. And that is possible through one of our authorities as TRPA, that project permitting authority. So consideration of evacuation has been in the planning and design. And now with this mitigation measure, we're reinforcing project proponents will be coordinating with our evacuation officials. Additionally, new biological resource mitigation measures are now there to address newly listed sensitive species. So the proposal is to require mitigation if suitable habitat is present. And what that basically means is we can adjust the vehicle speeds in the corridor. We can also work on the working hours when I'm actually doing construction. We can reduce those sorts of hours to accommodate whatever species may be there. Next slide. Now, one of the things we heard from stakeholders and you during that threshold evaluation process is how we need to do a better job at actually connecting the dots, right? This transportation plan, the work that we do, the projects that you hear about. We need to do a better job communicating how the work that we do connects to the threshold standards. The categories are shown here, and I'm going to discuss real quick a project in the works that will help you kind of see that connection a little bit better. Next slide. So one of those 91 RTP foreseeably funded projects is the SR 89 Recreation Corridor. Now, the corridor plan is one of several corridor plans. Within those broader plans come a host of recommendations, one of which is being implemented today. The pilot project for transit services to Emerald Bay, a part of the corridor plan, but it also includes reservation microtransit. Sorry, that sounds a little. It includes microtransit services that on a reservation system. And that's also from the North Shore and the South Shore. So next slide. Let's look at that connection. So with transit services came the installation of roadside barriers for areas not suitable for parking. And we are striving for providing travel options to access recreation for those without cars. That's not just our visitors. I go to Emerald Bay as well. We want to make sure that people have a guaranteed visit to Emerald Bay. It may not be circling, right? The pilot also encourages carpooling and also important improvements in safety. Those safety improvements, the VMT reductions, and the parking management component have direct correlation to our transportation sustainable communities threshold. Now, our outcomes, such as reductions to auto trips to Emerald Bay, reducing illegal shoulder parking, that helps with air quality and water quality. Many of our projects in this transportation plan are multi-benefit, just like this. When you add sidewalks, you help with water quality, air quality. Reducing congestion in the corridor supports all of these threshold standards as well. Okay, so I'm going to wrap here. Not just a catchy title here on this next slide. It is the last chapter of the plan to show the priorities for the next 4 years. And these were in your work plan as well. While the region's transportation implementers continue to get those projects on the ground, thresholds with all of the projects and programs are also implementing, our partners also implement our thresholds with the implementation of those projects. So these 5 tasks support implementation as well. We heard from the public and our commissioners that transit must be a priority. Staff here at TRPA are working with many partners who implement transit, preparing a bit of transit governance plan, as well as a larger vision document. And those are with the transit operators at regional and long-term focus, building on that detailed appendices. That was also referred to by the commenter. So we're heading in a good place. We want to get that governance document in place and look at securing funds for those regional services that everyone has been talking about and that are so needed. We're also going to be working on the project impact assessment guidelines. That's actually started. Assessment of those fees, and that VMT came up, as I mentioned, at the TTC and APC. Another item echoed by the public in this board related to evacuation. We're going to be working on creating a resilience improvement plan. So that's going to help us ensure the transportation system and our main transportation corridors are safe and we can all navigate them, along with a communications plan. So that means in times of emergencies, ensuring everyone can be reached. Now, this is tied closely to the technology plan update also up there. That's going to provide details on gaps in the system, getting information out for helping people get around Tahoe, to find parking. It's also about travel demand management. And that's at our recreation sites and within those town centers to help those employees get to work every day. So this plan is our blueprint, but it's also a living document in many ways with those 4-year updates That's to keep us moving forward, creating not just a more resilient system, but one that allows us truly to get around Tahoe without a car. Next slide. So this is item 7A, and it includes 2 motions. We've had to edit that motion slightly from the staff report. My apologies for that. So please read off the screen as you propose those. First will be the recommendation of approval of the findings and finding of no significant effect. Making sure those are sufficient for the regional transportation plan and sustainable community strategy. And then the analysis covers the plan and the amendments that you're going to hear after that. The second motion before you here will be the approval of the plan. So with that, I'm happy to answer any comments and questions.
I will turn to my board here, but I do just want to take a quick minute and say, we've been talking a lot as a board about presentations from staff, which are always excellent at hitting that sweet spot between presenting us with 2 years of information, but maybe not necessarily putting those all on the slides. And you guys nailed it today. So thank you for that. Thank you for the level of detail was perfect. You told the board where you need input. So thanks for helping add the discussion, what I thought was quite an extraordinary summary level of presentation. Thank you. Turning to the board, I see Ms. Conrad had his hand up first. Please go ahead.
I have a couple of comments, but first a question. I noticed that there's, a lot of targets in this plan and ideas and goals, but there aren't numerical targets. So you tell us that 87% of the trips are currently in passenger vehicles, but don't set a target for what the goal is by 2050, right? So if you can implement all of these, what are you looking at in terms of what the vision would be and what Tahoe would look like and the number of people in passenger vehicles in in 15 years from now or 25 years from now? So could you explain why you didn't select numerical targets for all of the goals in that you list in the appendix, but instead it's all verbally included?
So we do have, let me take that for a second. What we do have now, and that was adopted in the 2021 RTP, is a, what's the term? It's one of our appendices, sorry. I'm going to pull it up real quick. In the appendix, it is called the Data Program PI Guidelines. It's a report that you guys approved. Forgive me. Public H performance measures, Appendix I. We could have pulled in, and I appreciate that feedback. Next time we can pull that in a little bit more strongly, but we do have a chapter on performance measures, and that's driven by that performance measures report. In that report, we talk about increasing transit services, and we talk about reductions in our crashes and fatalities. There are numerics tied to that. Now, we don't go with every single goal, but we couple some of those goals into that because we know that when we're reducing crashes, we're helping with multiple goals. So that's kind of how it's arranged, and all of that detail is in that appendices and brought forward into the chapter on performance measures. But I appreciate that we can probably take that a step further where we're analyzing the plan a little bit more than what you have before you today. That particular appendix is updated every 2 years. So we're going to be back here shortly, actually, because we'll be here in probably April of next year, discussing the performance actually of VMT and referring back to all of our transportation goals.
Thank you. Yeah, and I encourage when you come back to that to really have numerical targets so we can hold ourselves accountable to how far we get towards those goals, and also understand the cost of that incremental improvement, right? There is clearly a cost to remove everyone from the vehicles, or not remove everyone, but to give people alternatives to vehicles, right? And so we need to understand what does it look like to have only 60% folks in passenger vehicles? What is the cost to get there incrementally? And when does it get really hard for us? And I think, no one wants that vision of Highway 89. No one wants fatalities. So help us understand a little bit more that incremental improvement in cost. The other thing is, I think it would be great to reference in a lot of these documents where you're finding examples, right? For example, Yosemite has lots of parking lots with shuttles. So provide some examples of what you're looking at, again, just to help us visualize what we expect to see in Tahoe into the future. And then finally, I think think about the modernizing process with technology, right? Like with every step that we take, how will we actually integrate, right? So as I asked earlier, like tell us when you plan to implement EVs or EV charging, when you plan to implement these different technology pieces versus just stating the goal to modernize or integrate technology. Again, more numerical targets, dates, percentages, years, level of effort required. And then a last bit, I think it would be really helpful if we could coordinate with hotels, Airbnb, VRBO to put on their booking pages links to transit, right? Just in every single booking. I know when I come up, I constantly look for opportunities to take the bus up here and, it leaves at 10 a.m. from the Sacramento Valley station. But we have a meeting that starts at 8:30 a.m. right? And I could come up the day before, but I have obligations that don't allow that. So it would be great if I had one landing page to try to find those opportunities. I know that's not necessarily TRPA's responsibility, but any work you can do in coordination with others to encourage highlighting transit opportunities would be really, really great.
I have Mr. Settlemeyer and then Mr. Honigman.
I appreciate the previous discussion, James Settlemeyer, again, for the record. I think some of the issues with putting down a hard number is that no one in this room has the legal right to bind California or Nevada or the federal government to a goal. And therefore, I appreciate the concept of making sure we have a measurable goal. Remember, just that is just a goal. And the same thing applies to the counties and municipalities that also have a responsibility to try to achieve said goal of 777. But let us not forget, it is a goal. Thank you.
Mr. Honigman.
I want to congratulate the staff. I think you guys do amazing work. I mean, we're out there scraping for money everywhere we can get it, and you guys find it under the craziest rocks and in the most absurd nooks, and have done a great job putting this together given the resources that we have. My comment is about the need to find local additional resources, and I always harp on this. We can't do basin entry, but we need to find something. We need to find a way to fund those transit operations in a more reliable, sustainable, constant way so that you can hire people and we can run buses. When I was first given the opportunity to apply for this position in California, I looked at the map and I looked at the transit stuff and the densities around the basin. I'm like, well, transit will never work here. I mean, we are incredibly low density. I'm saying this for the public to serve even the transit that we have. It's highly subsidized. I mean, if you think about it, we're an area of 50,000 people spread around a 70-mile loop. The distances are huge. The densities are low. We have to find, but because of the environmental sensitivity of the lake, we have to find a solution to provide transit, even where it's not warranted by the population that we have. We have to do it. So we have to look for that. And I would like to see us really make that a priority going forward. It's going to take a long time. I mean, I like the approach of charging for parking because we can't do basin entry or congestion management or anything like that. And that would be negotiating with, as you guys know, many different entities to make that happen. So it's going to take a long time. So I'd like us to start and hopefully finish and make that happen so we can have a great transit system around the lake that serves visitors and locals. And when you look at the money, if we have 20 million unique annual visitors and we have, less than $100 million a year need, that's less than $5 a person that we'd have to, get from people to make that work. So the money seems like it could be reasonable somehow to do that if we could find a good way to get that from people. And I want to say, I heard the comment that locals shouldn't have to pay, and I don't remember the exact number, but I think locals generate about half the traffic in the basin, 60% of the trips. So we need to get locals out of their cars too. So locals also need to pay. And even if you're a local who doesn't want to ever use a bus, getting everyone else onto a bus makes the roads clearer for you. So there's a lot of value there as well. So I think it's something we have to figure out a way to get everyone to pay for this, and the numbers aren't big. So I'm hoping that that can be a priority over the next couple of years to figure that out so that we can get to that great vision. I know you guys have a lot more you'd love to do and bigger dreams even that are what are in this plan. So I want us to figure out how to make those dreams a reality. So thank you.
Ms. Gustafson?
Thank you, Chair. Great job. I want to echo the comments of the tremendous work and effort that has gone into this integrated plan. And so then I hesitate to say what's missing, but I will. Two things. One is I may want to disagree that we should give up on a basin entry fee in perpetuity, because I watch as the growth in the surrounding communities builds closer to the Tahoe Basin. I watch as temperatures soar and people seek the Sierras and cool waters for respite and recreation. And I recognize that at some point, unless we get significant funding from outside the basin to help with those. And so coordinating with the jurisdictions, including mine, that are developing outside the basin on what we can do to encourage options for people to travel to the basin without their vehicle. So, and where can we locate parking outside the basin? And one of the issues that I notice and that I hear from the North Shore, because we don't really have major parking lots anywhere, right? We have some schools that are empty in the summer. So we try to, we do all these creative things to try to make use of pavement. But we don't have areas that currently exist for public parking. So many of the private lots put up all kinds of, private lot only, you can't park here. So how do you get people out of their cars into transit? It takes we do have to figure out some parking solutions that can be paid, but also give people that ease of mind that they can go and they can reserve that space. We have that technology, but we have to have some parking. And I didn't see where we really identified parking both in and out of the basin as part of this. And I may have missed it, Michelle. So I'm sure you can put your fingers right on it. I must have glazed over that. But then also continuing to look to solve transportation, we really have to look outside the basin and work with our state. This board is made up of state and local representatives that have to work together on solutions that may expand beyond what staff can do within the basin.
Michelle, did you want to comment back on parking? It's up to you. Otherwise, I'll keep going.
Yeah, there's a lot in there. That's all I can say. Cindy. It's okay. It's okay but it is in those towns and corridor section. And it's so important. It's also in the transit section, because both of those have to be, those have to be connected.
But in the budget and the numbers that you're showing,
you're right.
Budgeted for parking?
Those are on our unconstrained or on,
Okay.
illustrative
Okay.
list. Yeah, that is, but not, did you want to, please?
Sure. I just wanted to chime in that some of the projects that you'll see on the project list are those corridor projects, like the mobility hubs that do have parking component within them. So basically each of
So the parking was estimated.
yeah,
It was
included in the cost estimates. You'll see that with some of those mobility hub projects. Specifically, I would say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't, I'm more, I'm more familiar with the 64 acres, and I see that's so underserved for, underparked for what we need in that location, and whether we'd ever have the opportunity to go a structure at that point may be our only answer in Tahoe City, for instance, but anyway, thank you.
I'd like to add a little bit to that too. John Hester, TRPA. We, as you know, as Michelle mentioned, we've also received the Protect grant to work on going forward to implement some of this. And you also know we have a lot of work going on with destination management. And one of the tasks we've kind of talked about internally is in a lot of metropolitan areas, you already can get on your phone and reserve parking from before you even go to that area. And as a way to manage parking better, but also do destination management. We've talked about, can we develop with the Protect Grant and other resources before the next RTP? The idea that you can be in Sacramento, it's kind of a variation of what you said, Ashley, but it's, if I'm going up to Tahoe, where can I reserve a parking space? And if I can't find one, maybe I decide not to go. So those are the kind of things we're looking forward to, working with the Sand Harbor system as a model of that already. So it's not all in this plan, but it's where we're going next iteration.
Madam Chair, I'll just wrap out the discussion. Great conversation. Julie Reagan here, TRPA Executive Director. Couple things related to the out of basin connection. It's important to note, I think, some of the work that our team has been doing with regional MPOs, whether it's Reno, RTC, and some of our board members are very active in that space. Also, SACOG, the Sacramento Council of Governments, the executive director of SACOG has home on the West Shore. We've been in conversations. There's new authority that down the road could pave the way for tolling on I-80 in the corridor coming up to North Shore. And so those are initiatives that we are actively involved in, and like, what can we do here in the basin to get our house in order first, but also at the same time, we do routinely reach out to our regional partners. And I think it's really critical, whether it's parking out of the basin, looking at other authorities of activities and aligning them, because sometimes they're going in one direction and we need to make sure that we're coordinating. So appreciate the comments.
Thank you. Ms. Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have kind of a very different perspective with regards to the parking issue, with all due respect to my colleagues. And that is, I think this Vision 2050 is very good, but the implementation of it is where I sometimes question a little bit what we're doing. And I'll use an example. I spoke to Mr. Settlemeyer earlier this morning and asked if I could meet with him because I'm really concerned about SR 28. If our vision is to reduce reliance on the private automobile, in my opinion, building parking lots does not meet that goal. So we never have had a discussion about there being a shortage of parking at midnight in Tahoe. Everyone's parked. There's no shortage. There's a bunch of parking in State Line. Doesn't matter if it's paid for or not. My point is, their vehicles are parked. The problem is during the day where they want to go. And that system that we provide is so important. So if we look at the SR 28 corridor as an example, we're spending millions of dollars. I don't know how many, we didn't really talk about an amount, but it's 10 or it's 12 or it's 17 or it's 7. We're spending millions of dollars building a parking lot when we could be putting that right away to transit and start moving people around this basin. It's just, it's a different way of thinking about it. And I'm fully supportive of the vision, but I'm definitely jaded on how it gets implemented.
Mr. Settlemeyer?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak again on the subject. I appreciate that, and I agree with you almost 100%, but we have a small problem. And the problem is that we have law enforcement that will refuse to give tickets until there is a parking lot. That means I have cars that are parking on SR 28 illegally, endangering the lives of everyone, and I need to resolve that. So that is part of the reason that the state of Nevada has gone towards some of the parking lots. And frankly, I actually disagree on the aspect that we're literally going to create 500 parking spots and get rid of 1,000 on that road. I'm concerned at that misbalance. I'm not trying to create more parking in the basin, but at the same respect, I don't want to create far less. Thank you.
Well, I'm swiveled this way, Ms. Aldine. I didn't mean to call on you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I've been
Take us home.
noodling a variety of things. I think the comment about possibly placing toll road on Highway 80 is an interesting one. I mean, you know, there has been this polite rivalry between Nevada and California for many, many years. And I know there's some obstacles in our way constitutionally for toll roads in the state of Nevada on existing roads. But I like to say never. Obviously, in 2050, I will not be on this board. I suspect many of us will not. But you know, if we are still discussing these topics with no clear resolution, I think maybe a basin user fee at all points of entry is going to be the ultimate resolution to the problem. So anyway, I applaud the work done by staff as well. This is a thorny issue, and there are certainly no lack of opinions. But the question I did have is, and I'm assuming the answer is yes, Michelle, that we have secret shoppers, so to speak, or secret commuters who actually try to get from point A to point B, perhaps members of staff or members of the community that are in communication with members of staff to discern, you know, the problems with our existing transit system and where it can be improved. Is that correct? Is my assumption correct? We do have people in the field.
Well, I would like to say I am one of those people. I live without a car sometimes of the year. And I mean, that's why I actually get around well on the South Shore. I think it works. I'm happy to take anyone on my journey. But yes, we do. And even as staff, we're going to do a field trip. We're going to reserve our van and get out to Emerald Bay. So we are definitely out there in the field, making sure that we are, you know, on the ground and experiencing those things.
That's great. And the only final comment I have, and James Settlemeyer alluded to it earlier, or maybe it was Cindy, but you know, I hate to see this division between people living in the basin and people who visit the basin. We have to remember the people coming to the Tahoe Basin are taxpayers. They're the ones who pay their taxes religiously, you know, to the federal government that allows the federal government to spend money on these environmental improvement projects and transportation projects. So they're partners. They may be silent partners, but they are still partners in progress. So I think it's important that we don't vilify them because, you know, they have a right to be here, obviously, and enjoy what we take it, you know, credit, or not credit for, but take, you know, for granted. Thank you. All too often. And we are privileged to be here, if only one day a month. And people coming from distant areas obviously have a right to enjoy the basin and will ultimately, you know, help us find a way to address the problems that their presence may create. So thank you.
Swiveling this way, Belinda.
You. So my comment number one is, you know, the plan I felt was very comprehensive and you guys did an awesome job. When it comes to performance measure metrics and tracking, the one chart that I found very interesting was this one. I didn't see it in the slide deck. And this is where, you know, you already have analyzed, you know, where you are in terms of performance driven planning. And I'm happy to see that we're only in the red on one of them, pavement and bridges. and I think that this could be used as a tool to look at our future progress. So where do we see some incremental improvements in the next plan? If we don't, you know, maybe 2 years is too short of a time to see any, because, you know, again, funding takes so long to be able to secure for implementation. So I think, you know, whether it's this exact graph or some other one, let's use this as a baseline. You know, we have this already, and I think that we would be well served by continuing to use it to see, you know, where we're making progress. And, you know, on pavement and bridges, I mean, these are big ticket items that, you know, obviously federal funding, I think, is going to be, you know, having a serious impact on our ability to address some of those issues. But, you know, I think this really, to me, was kind of just, oh, okay, we have it, you know. So anyway, that was it.
Shout out to Belinda, gold star. You did your homework. You read outside the slide deck. Nice work. Anybody else swiveling this way? Mr. Bass.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think the project, you guys did a great job as far as what we're doing now and what the future looks like as we're going forward. To me, I think, and I think some of my colleagues said this as well, is that we're missing somewhat of the technology of the future in a way, and what can happen, you know, in our jurisdiction, and I've brought it up over and over, is like a gondola along Highway 50 from State Line to the Y. We know that's the heaviest, dense travel corridor within the basin. It's definitely, you know, Route 50 is the most ridership. And what a real gondola could do that rides above our stoplights, that is in the Caltrans right away, because they have a 5th lane that they could use, that stops at State Line is the one end with 5 stops through town, ski run right in front of Sprouts at Harrison Avenue, Tahoe Keys and Sierra Track, that ended in a mobility hub at the Y that could serve Emerald Bay in the summertime, that would move people out of the tourist core to the Y, to then get on a bus to go to Emerald Bay, to then get on a bus to go to Sierra at Tahoe in the winter. The mobility hub at the Y could act as overflow parking when we fill up at the gondola. And this would also eliminate a bus ever traveling on Highway 50 again. And so if we talk about fuel savings, tire replacements, fleet replacement, if you really looked at the environmental impact, it is no joke. And so not only this, my last council unanimously approved that. It's been in our strategic plan at the city. Our current council, which just got elected in November, also unanimously approved that. So I think that should be in this plan. And I'll also point out page 8 of the compact actually says that it should be explored a light rail transit opportunity in the South Shore. So I think with all those things, it really should be in this plan. I have gone to Caltrans in Marysville. They love the idea. Their exact comment was that it needs to be in the RTP, and they will pick it up to consider it. So, so that'd be my first comment. I got a couple more.
No, I do. It's in the works. It's in the works, Mr. Bass. And I actually got to participate on a panel to select a consultant to look at alternatives, including gondolas, with city staff. So it is in our plan. It is one of the projects. Now, we didn't probably maybe give it the highlight that you were looking for in the plan, but it is discussed in the plan, and I appreciate that.
Great. Yeah. And again, I think these are the things that as we go forward, I think there's even things like geothermal and a small pilot project that we could see if geothermal will actually melt the snow and eliminate the need for plows, which has so many environmental benefits. And we're one of the most geothermal active places on Earth. I saw, though, real quickly also at the bottom, it talks, it's under environment. Oh, why did I lose it? So it's coordinate with the city of South Lake Tahoe to update and maintain an airport master plan while limiting aviation facilities within the Tahoe region to those that currently exist. And why I have a little bit of an issue with that is I think as we look into the future, we're definitely going to see electric aircraft, electric air taxis that are going to be coming out of Reno to TVL, as well as to Sacramento to TVL. And I don't want this plan to limit what we're currently doing, because the future of aviation is, I think, a lot of unknowns. And so I think we really need to look at that in the way that that is listed in there, because again, I think we should have in this plan trying to get EV infrastructure into the airport so that we're planning to get ready, as we know we're probably 10 years out from electric aircraft. So that was another one. And then I guess, is right now the right time to talk about mobility mitigation fee, or is there another point?
The mobility mitigation fee update will be coming sometime, hopefully before the end of the calendar year, separate item.
Separate item. Okay. Okay. I think that'll do it, but thank you.
Thank you. Looking this way. Okay. All right. Yep, Ms. Aldine.
Cody's comment about light rail. Are we making any progress? Have we made any progress with a rail transit through the I-80 corridor? I know we've had conversations in the past, and of course, transporting passengers is different than transporting cargo, but Amtrak does obviously provide service to Reno. Seems like a relatively easy lift.
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. And it was actually, and I'll let Cindy chime in as well here, but there is a group that works together, and we're RTC Washoe all the way along that corridor. And we are looking at increasing services. There's also a statewide rail plan that we participate and comment on that sort of has buses first and then moving to rail. And they have segments. Unfortunately, we're a little further out, Truckee, but they are making improvements along that I-80 corridor. And we're a part of that collaborative, I guess I would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we've continued to push forward on that, Shelley, because it is critical. It makes, was the first intercontinental railroad. Seems like we should be able to go back to the future and use rail to, for service, because it could be so simple, but the railroad is not owned by the public, by the government. Union Pacific is a bit of a challenge to negotiate with. They do have some desires to get more freight traffic, which means more improvements where they could use federal help, which means potentially
leverage.
we have negotiations with them. So we're continuing to pursue that and expand up the hill. As far as right now, I can't remember. I know we have improvements in Auburn. I don't know if we're also, and I believe in Colfax. So incrementally, we're doing things to address more passenger rail through that corridor, in Capital Corridor.
Right. I like those retro solutions to problems.
Maybe we'll live long enough for that, shall we?
I'm going to hand out gold stars left, right, and center today. Board, thanks for staying on topic and being respectful of each other's time and what's in front of us. Thank you. I am looking for 2 motions as staff hopefully pointed out. One is a little different, so I am looking for it to be read off the screen.
Madam Chair, while
Yes.
the screen is coming live, if I may, just round
Please.
out that discussion, Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I really do appreciate, again, Gold Star. Thank you, Madam Chair, for pointing out the good discussion. One point, just to clarify on the record, Ms. Lane, just again, thank you for your leadership on the 89 corridor. I want to point out, were it not for philanthropy, the League to Save Lake Tahoe and the Tahoe Fund supporting those shuttles to go, we would not be able to have the funds for those shuttles. There is, as we always say in Tahoe, a color of money problem. We can get capital dollars to build parking lots and trails. We cannot get transit operating dollars from those sources. So I want to make sure the public is clear that sometimes we have these corridor plans and it's a multitude of factors. We have a vision for a park once, park at a lot, leave your car, park at your, your lodging, where you're staying, at a park and ride, and then get on transit, because we have different funding streams to support both. And we need to double the transit budget over the next 25 years. And that's where all these other ideas will come into play. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. And it does look like our first motion is up if anyone wanted to make it. Mr. Honigman.
All right, a motion to approve the required finding is provided in attachment D for the Connections 2050, 2025 RTP SCS, and for the associated amendments to Chapter 3 of the Regional Plan Goals and Policies and the Code of Ordinances, including Regional Plan consistency findings and a finding of no significant effect.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes,
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
thank you. And I'm looking for a second motion now, please. Mr. Honigman.
All right. Motion to adopt TRPA Resolution 2025-XX as set forth in attachment G1, adopting Connections 2050, 2025 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Communities Strategy provided as attachment B.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson.
Yes,
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
thank you. All right, everyone. That brings us to agenda item 7B. which is amendments associated with the 2050 Regional Transportation Plan to accelerate attainment of the per capita VMT standard, including the goals and policies of the Regional Plan, Chapter 3 Transportation Element, TRPA Code of Ordinances, Chapter 30.4.6, which are land coverage limitations, adding sidewalks to the existing non-motorized public trails coverage exemption, and TRPA Code of Ordinances, Chapter 65.5, which is employer-based trip reduction program. Information on this item can be found on page 69 of your packets, and if I could please turn it back over to Michelle to present for staff.
Yes, just one slide for item 7B, the code amendments and that regional plan amendment, which covers the updated goals and policies. And that is as the TRPA Code of Ordinances, as shown in attachments E and F of your packet. And so that includes policies related to coverage exemptions for sidewalks and updates of the employer trip reduction ordinance. So the first, land coverage, these changes are encouraging, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, building more sidewalks. And that means closing those missing links in our bike path network, and while also helping improve water quality by reducing those soft shoulders. And this is going to help also then accelerate our first last mile connections. While we are proposing these be exempt from coverage calculations of those fees to encourage them, we'll still be tracking total coverage for the threshold analysis. Now, the employer-based trip reduction program was updated to reflect new available programs and advancements, all for ease of understanding and ultimately implementing the program. Now, public feedback was positive. These didn't necessitate any changes to the environmental analysis or the code amendments for land coverage limitations or the employer-based trip reduction ordinance. So the third bullet here is amending our regional plan. That is the transportation element. So updating those goals and policies to better reflect our current priorities and challenges. So the two code amendments and the regional plan transportation goals and policies updates were all analyzed in the environmental analysis in addition to the plan itself. So all proposed amendments meet TRPA environmental and threshold compliance. Next slide. So that concludes our item. We're requesting your approval of those findings and the amendments as well. So I'm happy to take any comments and questions now that you might have.
Thank you. Comments or questions, Ms. Aldean?
Michelle, with respect to the involvement of employers in the basin, providing incentives for their employees to use public transit, whether that be some sort of stipend or, you know, whatever the incentive might be, does that also include the possibility, and I brought this up before, of large employers with large land-based operations providing on-site employee housing, especially for seasonal employees?
Yeah. Rebecca Cremeen for the record. I worked on that employee trip reduction ordinance. We don't specifically have housing in there as one of the measures. I mean, we really talk about what are the different options for employers to reduce vehicle trips. So they can create their own programs. So if they did something like that, I think we would give them credit for it ultimately, because that's the idea, is to have these kind of site-specific programs. So it's not out of the picture. It's just not necessarily part of that code amendment.
Well, you know, maybe I'm not proposing to make an amendment at this late hour, but, you know, I think we need to include it at some point, especially if it's a useful option. If they have, for example, the capacity, if they have existing buildings that could be converted into employee housing, I think they need to be advised that that is a viable option for them to consider. Because I think that would go a long way to addressing, you know, a need, and it would be certainly helpful in reducing VMT.
Great, and that's especially applicable to new projects as they come in. So I think we work with them with our housing team, and it's a great suggestion.
Even existing, you know, I mean, we've got ski resorts that have large swaths of land that might be useful for that purpose. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Bass?
Yeah, so just a quick question. This is back to what I was talking about before with the airport. That's in this amendment. Is there any room to add or change language so that we don't limit ourselves from kind of the future of EV?
Do you have the policy handy, Mr. Bass? If that's what you would be
Yeah,
requesting?
policy 2.5 under goal environment.
I alerted others that they might want to pull up 2.5. Okay. Let's see if we can maybe pull that up on the screen. we could see.
Do you have a packet page number?
I think it is on. Yeah, attachment E, page 2. Yep, there it is. Can you zoom in a little bit for us, please? So it says coordinate with the city of South Lake Tahoe to update and maintain an airport master plan while limiting aviation facilities within the Tahoe region to those that currently exist. So you want to propose?
My only issue is the what currently exists and what's going to exist in the future with electric taxi, electric aircraft.
Right.
We don't want to tie our hands to what currently exists, right? We want to
Right.
hopefully move into the future and maybe see TVL be used in a sustainable way that gets people here without a vehicle.
Mhm.
That could be great with no to little emissions from EV taxis, basically coming from the medium hub airports, Reno and Sacramento.
So it's the limiting aviation facilities, right? The facilities we may not know.
Well, but facilities are what we need to improve because we have to have charging
Right.
infrastructure to be able to have that
Right.
be in the future.
We need a suggestion.
But I can jump in on that, Michelle. This is Julie Reagan, TRPA Executive Director. I think the board has the ability to consider that as the technology evolves. I mean, right now we have the city of South Lake Tahoe's airport, we have Truckee, we have Minden, we have regional options as that technology evolves. I mean, it's been past policy of this board. It's a pretty important policy to not look to expand commercial air service beyond what we have. I mean, that was, that's been litigated. But I just think the door is open to consider, at a project level or, at a future time, the board can certainly look at that.
Yeah, no, I get that. I guess seeing that this is kind of the guiding document, it just worries me that it like ties our hands or somebody that any grants that we're trying to get or those kind of things that as we move forward, I think is a very likely thing. I mean, you're already seeing air taxis that are electric in other parts of the world. I bet we're 5 to 10 years out, and it would really be great to see TVL. I know Truckee's there, Minden's here, but it's a different thing when you can land right here in the center of South Lake Tahoe, and people will use it when we have electric aircraft. So again, I just want to make sure this doesn't, I hear what you're saying, we can bring it back at a case by case basis, but yeah, it just.
May I speak to that? I think I have a suggestion. I think the intent of this is not to expand to other facilities, meaning building a new airport. I think that's the intent of this policy. I think within the master planning process, you can still improve your facilities to be more efficient or to be implementing new technology. So I do still think the way it's written would be fine for what we want to achieve and for that possibility.
All right.
Anyone else? Okay, if there's no further discussion, I am looking for 2 motions again on this item. We could get those up on the screen. You're doing great.
I'll do it again. I really wish someone else would step forward. Motion to approve the required findings is provided in attachment D for the connections 2050, 2025 RTP SCS, and for the associated amendments to Chapter 3 of the Regional Plan Goals and Policies and the Code of Ordinances, including regional plan consistency findings and a finding of no significant effect.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyre, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. And the second motion?
Do it again. All right. Motion to adopt ordinance 25-XX as set forth in attachment G2, amending ordinances 87-9 and 2019-03 as previously amended to amend Chapter 3 of the Regional Plan Goals and Policies and Code of Ordinances as provided in attachments E and F respectively.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll again?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara, Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Madam Chair, motion passes.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next agenda item, we need to adjourn as the TRPA and convene as the TMPO. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are now agenda item 8, TMPO public hearings. This is also Connections 2050 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy. Information on this item can be found on page 125 of your packets. Back to you, Michelle.
I have nothing to add. No.
All right, we're getting shorter every time too. This is excellent. Okay, any final questions or comments? I am looking for two motions also on this
Okay,
item.
I can take this one.
All right,
Help out. Motion to adopt negative declaration based on the 2050 Connections 2025 Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy, Environmental Initial Study, Mitigated Negative Declaration, Initial Environmental Checklist, Attachment C.
thank you. We have a motion. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara.
Aye.
Ms. Conrad Seta,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, circle back, Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Herrera, and Mr. Rice. Madam Chair, that motion does pass.
Thank you. And looking for another motion?
I'll do it again. Motion number 2 is to approve the TMPO Resolution 2025-XX adopting Connections 2050 2025 Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy in accordance with California Government Code Section 65080 et cetera, Title 23 CFR Part 450 of the federal regulations and all other applicable federal and state regulations at Attachment D.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll again?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seta,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara, Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Herrera. All right, and Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you. And last but not least, folks, I need we're going to move on to the next agenda item, but I need a motion to adjourn as the TMPO and convene as the RTPA, the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. There will be a quiz on acronyms. Do I have a motion to adjourn and reconvene? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okey doke. Agenda item 9, we are now convened as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. Michelle, anything to add?
No, just one correction, authority. but that's
Authority.
okay. Yeah,
My bad.
No,
I
it's all good.
needed my own quiz. I would have failed it on acronyms.
nothing to add.
Thank you. Any questions or comments before we go to motions here? Ms. Aldine?
Michelle, on page 110, under trail and sidewalk design. I'm assuming, I'm not sure why there's a 1 and a 2. I'm assuming that this requirement that AASHTO guidelines be used in connection with the development of certain sidewalks and other pedestrian facilities, and there's an exception to that So shouldn't it be a continuation of that first sentence?
Forgive me, I have to, just to go back, it is agency, my mistake on the slide.
Oh,
If you could repeat that for me, yeah.
Under trail and sidewalk design, it says trail and sidewalk design shall comply with the ASHTO guide for the development of bicycle facilities, and ASHTO guide for the planning, design and operation of pedestrian facilities, or other industry standard design criteria for the appropriate trail and sidewalk type as determined by TRPA, except for unpaved single track trails, bridges, boardwalks, and or other elevated overstream crossings. So we've divided that into two separate sections. And I'm assuming that the second, number 2, you probably aren't looking at the language. Number 2 should be a continuation of number 1 because there's an exception to the requirement that those ASHTO guides be applied, unless I'm misreading it. Yeah, I can look. That's right.
I would just, this is Graham St. Michelle. I would just say we've approved that part. That part's been done, the red line to the code of ordinances, but we'll certainly take that and make sure we get it right in the actual code amendment.
Just give us 1 second, please. Madam Chair, while we're caucusing, may I give a logistical lunch update, please? First of all, it's tri-tip and chicken, yum, and some delicious sides. I do want to thank our appellants who are in the audience for the next item and let them know we appreciate the patience. Our suggestion of staff is to, after these items wrap, just take enough of a break to grab lunch and come back and keep going. Out of respect for those that have been waiting for the next item on the appeal, if that is okay with the board.
I agree. I'd say like 10 minutes at the most.
10
Grab-
minutes.
Grab some lunch. We can do a working lunch, but we have people waiting for their appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We've concluded we're going to work on this off the record and as we, if necessary, bring code amendments forward, we can bring this along with that.
Okay, thank you. And just quick clarification from legal counsel that if we make the motions today, that's totally still possible to work on this off the record.
Yeah, correct. Just for the record, it looks to me like this is existing code that is odd. Yeah, that is stuck out. We didn't make those amendments to that existing part of the code, but we can come back and sort of take a look at what that is. I think the amendments you adopted today already are sound and yeah, we'll continue to take a look at this.
Thank you. We should give you a law degree at this point, shall we? Mr. Settlemeyer.
I assume we could just stick something onto the motion at the end that we allow staff to make corrections necessary for Scribner errors, grammatical, numerical, things of that nature.
Thank you very much, Mr. Settlemeyer. With that, I am looking for a motion.
Walked into that, yeah, thanks. James Sedmeyer for the record. Motion to adopt the negative declaration based on the initial study prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act. Sequel and attachment C for connections 2050-2025 regional transportation plan, sustainable community strategy, with the ability for staff to correct any errors that might be Scribner's, grammatical, syntactical, of that nature that do not materially affect the document.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Mary, the roll again, please.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Hennigan,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes,
Madam Chair, motion passes.
thank you. And one more.
I actually like the humor of having Nevada approve the CEQA one.
Gotta find my joy somewhere, Mr. Settlemeyer.
Exactly. Motion to approve the RTPA Resolution 2025 XX 20 or adopting connection 2025 Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Community Strategy, acting as a regional transportation planning agency for the Lake Tahoe region as provided in attachment A, with also the discussion of adding in the ability for staff to make any Scrivener grammatical syntactical corrections that are necessary that don't materially change the document.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, last time the roll for these items, please.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara,
Aye.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Ms. Hennigan, Mr. Hennigan. I'm
Yes.
sorry, Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
and Ms. Williamson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you. The last thing before lunch, which my board clearly needs, is before we move on, we need a motion to adjourn as the RTPA and reconvene as the TRPA. Do I have that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're back at TRPA, but it is 11:53. Why don't we come back at 12:05 to hear agenda item 10, which is our appeals. Thank you to our appellants. We're just going to grab lunch quick. Thank you. All right. Okay, guys, as promised, we're gonna do a working lunch here, out of respect for our appellants who are here. I'm gonna bring us back to our meeting, agenda item 10, which is appeals. We're going to consider agenda item 10. First agenda item is remand of appeal Stock Johansson parcel pier permit 5568 North Lake Boulevard, Placer County, California. Assessor parcel number 116220049, TRPA file number ERSP 2020-0074, TRPA appeal file number admin 2021-0014. Information on this item can be found on page 135 of our packets. And as a reminder, this is because it's an appeal, there is comment in support or in opposition to the application after the staff presentation and applicant presentation to the board. So first we'll hear from staff. Brandy, if you're ready to present.
Great. I'm going to let Graham go ahead and introduce this for me.
All right. Thanks, Brandy. Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. I will go ahead and start with some summary and context to sort of set the stage here a little bit. In 2021, TRPA approved a single parcel pier for the Johansson property after a public hearing before the hearings officer. The governing board upheld the permit following an appeal by a neighboring property owner, which is Harash. And after that appeal, and after the governing board upheld the permit, Harash filed suit in federal court challenging both procedural and substantive aspects of TRPA's approval. The court upheld TRPA's substantive findings. The court found that additional pier length was justified and there were no adverse impacts to navigation or public safety. Next slide, please. So moving on, just kind of continuing this, the court did, however, find a procedural defect. The court said that under the compact, sorry, bear with me here for a second. A final project approval requires an affirmative vote of at least 5 California board members and 9 overall. That did not occur because the board at that time in 2021 voted only to deny the appeal, not to affirmatively approve the project. So the court remanded the matter back to TRPA to revote on this pier permit using the correct voting procedure under Article 3G2 of the compact. The pier has already been constructed and inspected by TRPA, and it's found to be in substantial compliance with all of the conditions in the permit that issued in 2021. Now, again, we're back to consider reissuing the permit. So next slide, please. The staff recommendation, we're going to go ahead and hear the presentation, but just to introduce the staff recommendation included in the staff report is to make the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect, and approve the permit for the constructed pier. And again, the voting thresholds now looking a little bit different, but we've gone through this last month. We did a rule change that you may recall to sort of effectuate this, but you need 5 affirmative votes from California members and at least 9 affirmative votes overall. Again, that's consistent with the court's opinion in the litigation. Next slide, please. Okay, so we are going to do, with the approval of projects, the TRPA rule of procedure, rule 5.15, sets out the way, the order that this happens. So it's gonna be a little different. We're gonna have the staff presentation. We'll have a presentation by the applicant. We'll have public comment in support of the application. So anybody who wants to make comment in support of this permit. And then we'll have an opposition speaker from the original permit appellant, that's the Harash family. And we'll have public comment in opposition to the application. So anyone who wants to comment, who's opposed to the permit, can comment during that time. There'll be a time for applicant rebuttal. We'll recap the final staff recommendation, any additional comments as permitted by the chair. And we'll actually have a motion to close public testimony, a quick voice vote motion. And then there will be board deliberation and action. Now, one thing before I turn it back to Brandy, I was going to start with this, but we're being very careful to follow all of our rules here. And rule 2.15 of our rules says that the board any members of the board who may have had material ex parte contacts with either of the parties here, which would be the Haraj family or the Johannessons, to put on the record that they had, the existence of those communications and the essential content. That's what our rule says. So just turning that, back to the board for that, and then back to Brandy.
Cool. So now is the time you would want ex parte.
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Honigman?
So I did have conversations with the Johannessons who reached out to me and probably the rest of the board as well.
Ms. Gustafson?
I am looking back to how far back we need to disclose that, because I did have conversations before the 2021 decisions, but not since then with either side.
Thank you. Yep, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
we're just kind of putting them on the record, so
Okay.
to make sure everyone has a chance to acknowledge that.
Oh,
Anybody
and
else? Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear, I had conversations with both sides prior to the 2021 decision and nothing since.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad Seda?
Just noting that I'm sure many of us received email outreach. And just for the record, I did not communicate with either party despite the outreach.
Ms. Fastinos?
Same.
I will say same for myself as well. Ms. Loomer?
Yeah, same.
Mr. Settlemyer, same.
Same.
Ms. Lane? Ms. Aldine, same. Ms. Hill, same. Mr. Rice, same. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Back to you,
Turn it
Randy.
back to you, Brandy.
Great. Thank you. So my name is Brandy McMahon. I'm a planner with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I worked on the development of the 2018 shoreline plan. I'm working with the team implementing that plan, and I did the review of the Johannesson single parcel pier application before you today. We thought it'd be a good idea to give you some background on the shoreline plan because some of you are new to the board. So shoreline planning started in the 70s, and we worked through multiple iterations of shoreline plans, ordinances, and scientific and environmental studies to inform shoreline, to inform the development and adoption of a shoreline plan. The agency or the governing board did adopt a shoreline plan in 2008, but the court found deficiencies in the environmental document, and that was remanded back to TRPA to fix those issues. And because we were working on the regional plan, we didn't have time to do it immediately. So finally, we started in 2016, and this was the Shoreline Planning Initiative. And we started this process by forming a joint fact-finding committee. This was made up of technical experts to provide recommendations on the science used in the plan. And then we also convened a shoreline steering committee to develop and provide policy recommendations to the governing board. And this committee was made up of executive level staff from the California State Lands Commission and the Nevada Division of State Lands, because the states own the lake bed of Lake Tahoe, the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Lake Tahoe Marina Association, the League to Save Lake Tahoe, the Tahoe Lakefront Owners Association, and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And we did a significant amount of public outreach. And in 2018, the governing board adopted a shoreline plan for Lake Tahoe. And the overarching goal of this plan is to enhance the recreational experience along Lake Tahoe shores while protecting the environment and responsibly planning for the future. And this plan includes regulations for shoreline structures. So this includes marinas, boat ramps, buoys, and piers that support water-dependent recreation at Lake Tahoe. So next slide. With any plan or program that the governing board adopts, we have to either avoid and or mitigate the environmental impacts of the plan on our environmental thresholds. So for new piers, we did this by limiting the amount of new piers that could be permitted on Lake Tahoe. So the plan allows for 10 new public piers and then 128 new private piers to be permitted over the life of the plan. Of the 128 new private piers, only 25 or 20% of the total amount of piers may be single parcel piers. So those are piers that serve one upland property owner. We allocate private pier allocations over time so we can monitor the impact of these new piers. So we give out 12 new private pier allocations every 2 years. And then we incentivize multiple use or multiple parcel piers that serve more than one property owner and result in the retirement of development potential by giving out more multiple parcel pier allocations than single parcel pier allocations. And then we also distribute piers geographically. So there's a limit on the amount of piers that we can permit per quadrant. We broke the lake up into 4 quadrants. And that's really to protect our scenic environment. Next slide. We also developed in the new shoreline plan development standards to mitigate impacts to the environmental thresholds. So we prohibit piers and stream mouth protection zones. We require any impacts to fish habitat be mitigated. We require either an open piling or floating pier design. This is to allow for the free flow of water and littoral drift. On the California side of the lake, between the low and the high water line, there is a access easement, a public access easement. And so for piers constructed on the California side, they have to include stairs so the public can go over the pier, or they have to be able to go under the pier. We have established setbacks. So this includes setbacks from projection lines. So if you have a lakefront property, from each of the sides of the parcel line intersects the shoreline, you draw lines out and the pier has to be set back 20 feet from those lines. We also have setbacks from other piers, and that's measured from the pier head, and that's 40 feet. Next slide. We have a lot of standards in place to protect our scenic thresholds. So we have mapped visually sensitive areas and shoreline preservation areas where we prohibit single parcel pier development. We prohibit superstructures such as boathouses. We limit the length, height, and width of new piers. One way we incentivize multiple parcel piers over single parcel piers is multiple parcel piers can be longer than single parcel piers. We also limit visual mass. We limit the visual mass of a single parcel pier to 220 square feet, whereas we allow multiple parcel piers to be bigger and have more visible mass based on the number of parcels served. We require the mitigation of new visible mass in the shoreland. So this includes often requires property owners that apply for a new pier to make improvements to their upland property by either painting their house or adding additional scenic screening. This is usually done by planting trees in front of a house. So that's how they usually mitigate the additional visual mass. They have to use matte, medium to dark gray pier colors. We require lighting face downward, and we also limit the number of catwalks and the size, as well as the number of moorings that can be on piers. So next slide, please. TRPA also convenes a shoreline review committee. This is for TRPA and other permitting agencies that have permitting authority in Lake Tahoe or the Lake Tahoe Basin. So there's a number of federal and state and local agencies that meet monthly to coordinate the permitting of projects such as piers on Lake Tahoe. Next slide. So now for the Johannesson Pier. So our first pier lottery was in 2019. The Johannesson submitted a pier proposal, and they were selected by a lottery to submit an application for a single parcel pier. They submitted that application, TRPA reviewed it. We took it to the Shoreline Review Committee. We found the pier application to be consistent with our development standards. We scheduled the application for a April 1st hearings officer meeting. The neighbors raised concerns with the proposed pier. One of the main issues was navigation impacts to the adjacent piers, and I'll show you a picture of those in a moment. We continue the meeting to give the Johannessons an opportunity to work with the neighbors. They decided not to make any changes. We took the application to the hearings officer, and the hearings officer approved the project. That decision was appealed to the governing board, and the governing board voted to deny the appeal. And then that decision was challenged in the court. The court said that they could move forward with the construction of the pier. And so TRPA, we issued the permit. The applicant went and also got permits from the Lawton Regional Water Quality Control Board, the California State Lands Commission, California Fish and Wildlife, and the Army Corps of Engineers. Because there was navigation issues, I should mention this too, raised, TRPA did consult with the Coast Guard prior to issuing the permit, and the applicant consulted with the Army Corps of Engineers, and neither agency identified any navigation issues with the proposed pier because the pier was spaced approximately 80 feet from adjacent piers. TRPA, the pier's been constructed, and TRPA conducted a final inspection, and we found that the pier is in substantial compliance with the approved plans and permit. But as Graham just discussed, the court remanded the project back to the governing board for approval or for a vote. Next slide. So the middle pier, that is the Johannesson's Pier. The oranges colored pier, that's the Hiroshi's Pier. The Johannesson's Pier is approximately under 108 feet in length. It extends to the pier headline, and that's the general extent of piers as of 1972. That pier, it's the subject site, it's located at 5568 North Lake Boulevard. You can see the Hiroshi's Pier, it opens up to the side where the Johannesson Pier is. Let's see, I guess next slide. So Graham added this slide. He just wanted to, because the issue of navigation and spacing was brought up, that the spacing on the Johannesson site or in area is similar to the spacing of other piers on Lake Tahoe. Next slide. So this is two pictures of the Johannesson Pier. As you can see, it was designed and constructed to meet TRPA design standards. There's stairs in the California Public Trust easement to provide lateral public access. They used gray decking materials. There's a 3 by 30 foot catwalk. They had 2 buoys on the site. They retired one in exchange for the 6,000 pound boat lift located on the pier. Next slide. So this is a view of the Johannesson's Pier. As you can see, it has a very low profile and does not result in significant scenic impacts. We also got upland improvements to the Johannesson parcel with this project. Their house was white. They painted it a darker tan earth tone color, TRPA approved color. They have a lot of existing scenic vegetation that screens their house. And this is what we want properties to look like on Lake Tahoe, so they don't have a scenic impact. To the left, you can see is the Hirosh family property. Next slide. So these are the neighboring piers. On the left is the Hirosh property. This is a picture I took from the Johannesson Pier. And then on the right is the other neighboring pier. Next. So we did TRPA during our initial review. We found that the pier meets the development standards in the TRPA code. And because of that, we were able to make the applicable findings. I'd like to note that we did get a letter of support in the project that was from the Pastana family. They have the pier adjacent to the Johannessons. They didn't find any, they were in support of the project. I received a call from a neighbor that owns the property behind the Johannessons, and she did not have any objections to the pier project. Alan Miller, he sent a substantial amount of information last night. I read through it. His main issue was the impact of shoreline development in this project contributing to microplastics in Lake Tahoe. So I did talk to Dan Segan. He's our Chief Science and Policy Advisor. And he works with the Tahoe Science Advisory Council, and they did prepare a memorandum on microplastics, and it was presented to the governing board in April. And it found that pure materials were not a significant contributor of microplastics. So I just like to add that. So next slide. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the chair. I'm available if you have any questions.
And I think next, because I think I want to make sure that I'm following code rules on the appeal. Next is the applicant's representative for 10 minutes before we do questions. Okay, thank you. Can we please turn it over to the applicant's representative for 10 minutes?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for accommodating us today, and I'm going to try to focus on peers and not tri-tip. My name is Greg Gatto, and I'm here with our TRPA land use consultant, Wyatt Ogilvy. And we're here on behalf of the project applicants, Chip and Virginia Johansson. Chip and Virginia are also here and available to answer any questions. Graham and Brandy did an excellent job with their staff presentation, and we don't have much to add. If acceptable to Madam Chair, we would like to reserve any time not used in our presentation to respond to public comments. Next slide, please. So staff explained that we're back here before the governing board after it already unanimously approved the Johansson Pier to correct a procedural issue. I will emphasize that the court upheld the findings adopted by the governing board in approving the pier, determining that the challenged findings were all supported by substantial evidence. I think it's also important to note that the Johanssons followed all of TRPA's regulations and procedures in designing, permitting, and constructing the pier, and that they were required to pay all of TRPA's attorney's fees in defense of the Hirosh lawsuit. Next slide, please. In essence, TRPA's approval of the pier has already been affirmed 3 separate times. First, when approved by the hearings officer. Second, when unanimously approved by the TRPA governing board after a unanimous recommendation for approval by the governing board legal committee. And third, when the district court upheld the board's findings adopted in support of the pier approval. Next slide, please. 5 separate agencies have also approved the pier, including the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, which determined that the pier would not impact navigation or public safety. Next slide, please. And if you could press play on that video, if you wouldn't mind. So now that the pier has been built and is in use, we have a few videos demonstrating that Mr. Hirosh's ability to access the pier has not been significantly impacted. Here you see a boat departing the Hirosh Pier, and even with moderate wave action, there are no navigational issues. Next slide, please. So in this video, we have a boat returning to the Hirosh Pier. And as you can see, again, there are no issues with access. Next slide, please. So the ease with which the Hirosh Pier is accessed confirms the Army Corps determination that the Johansson Pier would not unduly impact Hirosh's access to or use of the lake. Next slide. And it's consistent with the direction by the United States Coast Guard to TRPA that the Coast Guard's 30-foot vessels would be able to navigate in this area. Next slide. Notably, Mr. Hirosh sought a preliminary and permanent injunction from the court to prohibit construction of the pier because he alleged the pier and boat lift would reduce clearance on the north side of his pier, preventing watercraft from safely accessing the Hirosh Pier. The district court denied Mr. Hirosh's request for a preliminary injunction and Mr. Hirosh filed an appeal with the Ninth Circuit, which also summarily denied his request. In its final order, the district court agreed with TRPA that the pier and boat lift would not adversely impact navigation or threaten public safety. Next slide, please. In considering this project, the board should be mindful of one of the primary purposes of the shoreline plan: to implement predictable and consistent rules. The shoreline plan draft EIS meticulously analyzed proposed impacts associated with pier development and determined that development in accordance with plan standards would minimize any potential impacts. These standards were adopted by the governing board in 2018 following an exhaustive public outreach and stakeholder participation process. The pier was designed and constructed in accordance with all adopted shore zone standards and passed its final inspection by TRPA. TRPA's approval of the pier also included reconciling land coverage added by prior owners, updating the BMPs that were previously installed in compliance with scenic standards. This work was also confirmed as complete by TRPA through final inspections. Finally, as Brandy noted, you should have received public comment from the Bastanas. Those are the neighbors directly to the north of the Johannessons. They also have a pier. While the Bastanas previously raised concerns regarding the pier's appearance based on the plans, now that the pier has been constructed and is in use, they have no objection to the pier and have, quote, found it to be of no bother. With that, we'd like to conclude our presentation, reserve any remaining time to respond to public comments. And I'd like to ask if the board has any questions for the applicant team or the Johannessons.
Thank you. And can I do a quick time check for 5 minutes left that I'll add to either rebuttal or response? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we will hear public comment in support of this application following TRPA Rule of Procedure 515. So support for this application will be limited to 3 minutes per comment. And can I ask any members of the public wishing to comment in support of this application to please come forward at this time or raise your hand on Zoom? Any hands raised?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment.
Okay, then next is appellant's representative for 10 minutes, please. And Catherine, can I ask that we time keep again? Thank you very much.
May I just, we had at one time had a request to maybe to allow you to break up that time if there were, because of the Hirosh family. So if you guys want to split your time, okay.
We'll see.
Thank you for hearing me out. This is just my personal story. My name is Sue Hirosh. Our family story at Lake Tahoe began in 1978. Through 59 years of marriage, Sam and I and our 3 children and 8 grandchildren have called Tahoe home. Sam has had some health issues this year with more hospital days than is necessary to recount. Our bumps in the road are now in the rearview mirror and good health is on the horizon. He is now home. We are the only full-time residents on Flick Point and have been for many years. As boaters and skiers, we have cherished having our sports in our backyard. This beautiful mountain home continues to give our children and grandchildren the opportunity to live and play in this special place. This home is our family's history, our legacy, and our hope for future generations. From the beginning, our priorities have been steadfast: safety, the preservation of Lake Tahoe as a priority so that families can continue to enjoy the lake for years to come. The importance of TRPA's role. We have always respected TRPA's reputation for thoughtful, scientific, and measured oversight. Our property in Agate Bay was chosen for its direct access to the lake, the very reason many families gather here, swimming and boating from our shared 20-foot beach. In 1995, we purchased the property next door to our original home. This property had more lake access and a pier. Having had property without a pier made us aware how special having a pier is. So other than safety and crowding concerns, we understood just how special the lottery win for our neighbors was. Our boathouse, built according to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers guidance, is a refuge in unexpected squalls. Not just for us, it is a safe harbor for all boaters. We have sheltered many boats and people caught unprepared for Tahoe's unpredictable weather. The Johannesburg boat lift is a safety concern for us. The new pier with its boat lift is in the path of our boats trying to exit and enter our boathouse. The boat lift places boats and people at much greater risk of being pinned or hit during rough weather, further reducing what little safe maneuvering space remains. The addition of the Johannesburg Pier provides only 69 feet of clearance to navigate a 27-foot boat into the boathouse instead of the 180-foot clearance before the addition of the new pier and boat lift. With little more than half a boat length on either side of the boat to maneuver in and out of the boathouse, egress is tight. In recent weeks, we were all reminded of just how quickly the lake conditions can change and how dangerous this lake can be. I speak of the recent tragic accident that resulted in the loss of 8 lives. This party of 10 did not go out in hazardous conditions on June 21st to celebrate a 71st birthday. They were caught in a fast developing storm once they were out on the lake. We don't go out in hazardous conditions either, but the afternoon winds can come up very fast and you are often coming home with friends and family in rougher conditions than when you left. We are asking at the minimum that the boat lift be removed for safety reasons. The extra space the boat lift occupies in rough weather can be the difference between tight and tragic. With this prospect of losing power and being pushed into another dock is one thing. Being pushed into a boat lift or pinned under the boat lift is the danger and the potential tragic outcome we wish to avoid. Sometimes it takes this 80-year-old matriarch of the family to stand up for future lake users. I am not standing alone. My husband, an 82-year-old patriarch, stands with me. He could not be here in person because his health is still fragile, but Sam is here in spirit. This project did not get the 5 California votes needed to pass the first time it came before the TRPA board in 2021. It was passed without the necessary votes and the pier was constructed. After many years, a federal court agreed with us that the California votes were necessary and said as much in its judgment. Now the vote goes back to you, the California delegates, to vote again. We are asking you, the California delegates, to either vote for the pier without the boat lift or abstain from voting on this project as it was built without the needed California votes. With that said, our family wishes to thank you, TRPA, all the elected and appointed officials that work to preserve our beautiful mountains and our magical lake. We thank you for your time and commitment to keeping Lake Tahoe and our mountain home safe, beautiful, and accessible for all generations to come. May the preservation of this beautiful, magical place be your legacy to the future generations that follow. Sincerely, the Harash family.
Thank you, Ms. Harash. We will now hear public comment opposed to this application. Public comment opposed to this application, and we are limiting individual speakers to 3 minutes per comment. Are there public comments opposed to this application? Come forward now.
To go. Hi, I'm Alan Miller, civil and environmental engineer. I did submit substantial comments asking you to stop contaminating Lake Tahoe in any way with your approvals as proposed here of sources of microplastics in the shore zone. There's already plenty of that, and Tahoe has a very serious problem with microplastics. This pier will only add to that problem in the long term. And the dismissal of my comments, some 50 pages based on a consultation with Dan Segan last April, doesn't change the fact that you don't have the findings in your staff report to support this action. And this action is not supportable because you're toxifying Lake Tahoe, and that's impermissible. It's bad enough that things aren't going so well with water clarity and keeps going down and down. We don't need to have toxics added to the mix. And that's what I'm here to ask you to stop. That's what your policies require. You're just violating your code. You're violating your plans, your regional plan, your shoreline plan, all of it. Your shoreline plan contains nothing about plastics from piers. It only discusses litter. We have to really move towards using wood, metal, and stone, and that is the reasonable and feasible alternative when building shoreline structures. That's the way forward. Any plastic put out there is eventually going to be deteriorated and become more microplastics, and what goes in stays in. So again, I ask you to uphold the appeal. There's so many reasons not to approve it, and it's a very simple thing. Like I said, to replace even what's there. I know this pier built. It's not that large. There's not that much material involved, but you know, I'd really like to move towards a vision where we have very fine wood piers, very fine wood boats to go with them, like we had in the 50s before all this plastic came in. We can't keep putting more and more plastic in the shoreline environment. There's enough already out there with boats, and you got to start figuring out, not only with the new approvals that are planned or desired, how you're going to address the existing legacy condition of the deteriorating docks that are already out there and have been out there for 20 to 30 years, wasting away and accumulating. And the researchers do not have any kind of handle on this. No kind of handle. So the precautionary principle demands that you exercise due caution and avoid introducing new toxins where it's unnecessary.
Are there any other speakers at this time who would like to make a comment in opposition to this application? Catherine, is there anyone online?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online to comment.
Okay, that takes us back to our applicant or applicant's representative. You had rebuttal for 5 minutes plus 5-minute balance from the beginning. So you have up to 10 minutes at this point if you'd like to address public comment or any rebuttal arguments. And
Great.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can we do a 10-minute timer? Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can go to slide 15, please. I do want to briefly address the issue related to the boat lift that was raised by the Hiroshes. So the Johanssons had offered to flip the boat lift over 5 years ago. First, several months prior to the hearings officer meeting, and later in a formal settlement offer you see here to Mr. Hiroshe's attorney, Greg Lean. Mr. Hiroshe refused this offer, believing he would get better results opposing the pier to TRPA, the various other regulatory agencies, and the district court. Now, having been unsuccessful in those endeavors, they want us to revisit this issue after the Johanssons have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars defending TRPA's approval of their pier. Hiroshe made a calculated gamble and lost. He should not benefit from his gamesmanship. Next slide, please. TRPA, the Coast Guard, the Army Corps, and the district court all determined that there are no safety or navigational impacts associated with the boat lift in its current location. In fact, Mr. Hiroshe abandoned his argument regarding navigation and safety at the summary judgment stage of the court proceedings. If this was truly a concern to his family, why did he not pursue this claim? At this point, judgment has been rendered against him on this issue, and this is not the forum to relitigate it. Next slide, please. Our pier contractor deliberately, slide 13, please. Our pier contractor deliberately chose the current location of the boat lift due to the prevailing winds and has advised the Johanssons against relocating the boat lift. The current location of the pier provides nearly double the minimum 40-foot setback between piers required by the code. This provides Hiroshe with ample room to maneuver. If the Hiroshes are seriously concerned about their access, they can reconfigure their non-conforming pier to meet required setbacks. As you see from the attached survey, their pier currently encroaches into the adjacent projection line setback by over 11 feet. If they fix their pier so it meets current TRPA development standards, they will gain over 11 feet of area to maneuver, more than the length of the boat lift itself. And with that, I think that's all we have in response to public comment. Again, if the board has any questions, the applicant team is happy to answer those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this point, I am looking for a request, a request of staff, a final recommendation to the board.
Go ahead, Brandy, if you want to go ahead and.
So staff is recommending that the governing board make the required findings, including a finding of no significant in effect, and approve the permit for the constructed pier.
Thank you. And then I am looking for a voice vote motion to close public testimony at this time.
So moved.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And this is the time now per TRPA rule for board members if you have any questions or comments. Mr. Rice and then Mr. Honigman.
Madam Chair, disclosure, I had forgotten that I was on the legal committee when we first heard this argument. And yeah, I was reminded during the presentation that, oh darn, I was there. But so I needed to disclose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Mr. Honigman.
Yeah, I had a quick question just to clarify something that the appellants had said that the project did not have 5 California votes. My assumption was when it was initially passed, we had the required majorities, but then when we denied the appeal, in the denial, we didn't have is that how it
To
took
kind of
place?
clarify that for you, Mr. Henning, yeah, this was a permit that was issued by staff or by the executive director after a hearings officer. So, and then what happened, that got appealed. And then as was our prior practice before this case, we would vote on those appeals, and it would be a vote to deny the appeal or grant the appeal. We needed, according to the court, to approve the permit. So that was what Mrs. Harash was referencing.
Okay, sorry. I forgot that it had never come to the board until the appeal. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Just to follow up on that, was that at a time when we were short California board members due to appointments? Thank you.
Correct.
We were short 2 California board members due to governor appointments or the
That's-
legislature appointments. at that
Yeah,
time.
I don't remember if it was governor or legislature. Okay.
Mr. Rice?
I have a question, since it was a lack of California members that were revisiting this. Are the Nevada members voting on this issue also, or are we abstaining?
No, absolutely. Per the compact, you need 5 California and 9 overall to approve a project. What's that? You need 5 California, yes, correct, in California, I'm sorry. And then if this were in Nevada, it would be 5 Nevada and 9 overall.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I am at this point looking for a motion from a board member.
And I want to disclose, as did Wes, that I was on the legal committee at the time the original appeal was considered. With that, I move to approve the required findings, including a finding of no significant effect.
We have a motion. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Alding.
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara, Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Key-Kemper, Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Mr. Henigman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
And I am looking for a second motion here.
Madam Chair, I further move to approve the project subject to conditions contained in the permit as contained in attachment B.
Discussion on this motion? Seeing none, Maria, can you please call the roll again?
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine.
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. DeCara. Can you repeat that, Mr. DeCara?
Aye.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
Mr. Keycapper, Mr. Hennickman,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. And we will move on then to our next agenda item, which is agenda item 11, planning matters. First up is the Lake Tahoe Aquatic Invasive Species Program and Tahoe Keys update. Information on this item can be found on page 493. I think I'm turning it over to Dennis and Lars for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board and the public. I'm Dennis Sabaglo. I'm the Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. And yes, we'll be doing an update on AIS program activities so far this year, as well as a report out on the conclusion of the Tahoe Keys Control Methods Test. Major milestone in accomplishing that. And at that point, we'll be joined by Dr. Lars Anderson, who's the Aquatic Invasive Species expert for the Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of background on the AIS program. TRPA is responsible for ensuring the sound implementation of our federally approved Aquatic Invasive Species Management Plan. We also serve as the fiscal agent. It's a multifaceted program with prevention, keeping out new invaders that you see highlighted there in red, such as invasive mussels and invasive aquatic plant species. We do that through our boat inspection program, along with controlling of existing species such as Eurasian water milfoil and curly pondweed highlighted there in yellow. And then in another important aspect of monitoring to track our progress and plan for the future. Our program is really embodied by the model of the Environmental Improvement Program with dozens of partners spanning from private, public, and nonprofit, with some of our more significant partners with the Tahoe Resource Conservation District, the League, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and multiple state entities that comprise our Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinating Committee. And we've been really successful, which has led to a lot of influx of federal funding and state funding that just really proves and shows the value of the investment in the AIS program that's highlighted by the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act funds and the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. Next slide. So talking about prevention, golden mussels, if you recall back in March, we came to you with a fee proposal to cover the cost of a mandatory decontamination as a result of the golden mussel infestation just a couple hours away. So that has been going quite well. We've also working with the California Department of Water Resources and UNR and Nevada Department of Wildlife to do some research to confirm the times and temperatures we use for decontaminations are appropriate. And the initial feedback is that our presumptions are accurate, that what we're doing is sufficient or more than sufficient. We also implemented roving inspectors back when we discovered New Zealand mud snails. And as a result of golden mussels, we increased the numbers of those rovers that we have, doubling them essentially, going out and educating the public on the importance of aquatic invasive, highlighting the non-motorized component of that, along with our partners doing a lot of that help as well with the League and the AIS defense team that they formed, also educating the local non-motorized community. And then that has led to significant outreach. Next slide. Excuse me. Break that one too fast. So as a result, we've had a really robust and outstanding outreach effort. 98,000 direct mailers to California registered boat owners, informing them of the golden mussel issue and change in our protocols, along with lots of social media blasts, billboards there, focusing specifically on golden mussels with support from the Tahoe Fund. Lots of hits on our email and significant email distributions and lots of hits on our websites, along with dozens of community events. And as I mentioned, the league with partners sharing our social media outreach efforts and forming those additional outreach volunteers. Next slide. So moving into control, I wanted to highlight the blue dots. Those are the areas where we've achieved localized eradication, mostly on the North Shore, but those are locations now where we revisit on a regular basis in what we call surveillance. That's the business we want to be in the future that demonstrates the success we're having. And then we'll talk about some major projects here in a moment, but all the green and brown dots are either active projects, the green dots, brown dots being the planned projects, and really see how they focus on the South Shore there and highlighting that success in the Keys is really going to dictate the success we have in the lake. Next slide. So just highlighting a couple of major projects, Taylor Tlack, big marsh wetland environment just west of Camp Richardson. It's a U.S. Forest Service project where we just removed about 17 acres of bottom barriers and now doing some hand pulling of Eurasian water milfoil and curly pondweed. It's a really important project because it's the largest eradication project we've implemented to date, and it is the first step of overall restoration of that area. Next slide. Emerald Bay, this was a previously weed-free environment, but some of that surveillance monitoring found some additional plants. So we're in there, the Tahoe Resource Conservation District is in there now, dealing with what was found. And next slide. And Pope Marsh, which is directly adjacent to the Tahoe Keys. As you can see, it's a very difficult environment to work in these conditions, but it's relatively small, comparatively speaking, but it's important to really knock it out before it turns into something like Taylor Tlack. Next slide. And then the monitoring component, we do Secret Shopper as a quality control for our prevention program, using environmental DNA sampling to kind of show where existing species may be. And then lake-wide transects, that upper right picture there just is a lake-wide effort for looking for existing invasives and for as an early detection component, which is highlighted on the bottom right, which is an artificial substrate when we were looking for invasive mussel species. Next slide. And then before we dive into the Keys, just some kind of bigger picture programmatic efforts we're working on. That management plan I mentioned, we are going to be in the process of updating that and getting it approved by the two governors and the federal agencies that oversee it. And then with that is a tabletop exercise or a mock exercise of going through a rapid response if something were found. So having all the agencies with authorities at the lake sitting at a table and figuring out or going through the motion of a response if we were to find an invasive mussel. And then permanent inspection stations. 2 Spooner, the EIP committee heard it earlier with the Tahoe Transportation District, looking at a new location there along with a mobility hub, and then working with El Dorado County on a location in Myers. So really excited about those 2 efforts. And then I think we're ready for the Keys. Tahoe Keys Control Methods Test. As I mentioned, it's just completed a 3-year test with lots of data and information that is super important for us to be able to identify a long-term plan. It is the largest infestation of weeds in the lake. It's also the program's highest priority for control. It has the great potential to spread all of those fragments that they create to other areas of the lake with devastating impacts to Tahoe's famed clarity and unique environment situation. This has all kind of come together by epic collaboration. If you've heard Joanne in the past talk about that, now it's still mimicked here, but lots of funding that has come in through the federal government with lessons learned in the program that have really allowed us to kind of take on the scale and complexity that the Keys presents. We've all come to the realization leading up to this test that is a lake-wide problem, not just a Tahoe Keys problem. And we all understand starting with a test is the right course of action. Next slide. Just a little bit of background on the Keys. Excuse me. It was once part of the largest wetland in all of the Sierras. It was developed in the 50s, about 1,500 homes and 3 lagoons, all with direct access to the lake. Also home to the largest commercial marina on the east side. And it's, as I mentioned, the largest infestation that we have. Next slide. These are the weeds we're talking about from a target perspective. Curlew pondweed is that upper middle. It's becoming more of a concern. It forms these reproductive bodies called turions. They're super resilient reproductive bodies that can withstand in the sediment for many years. And it has a greater propensity to survive in the lake over Eurasian water milfoil, which is the picture on the right. And then lastly, the coontail, which is the picture on the bottom. It's really a native species to California, but we don't find it elsewhere in the lakes, and it's acting like an invasive. So that is a third species we're concerned about, but it's also challenging because it's free floating. So it can move around quite a bit when we're implementing control techniques. And as you all have heard me say before, why we control these things with the devastating impacts, threatening our $5 billion recreation and tourism-based economy. And it's important to achieve our thresholds regarding aquatic invasives. Next slide. So what is the control methods test? It's really an innovative approach to controlling that large infestation, science-based, innovative in the sense we're using new tools with ultraviolet light, proved here in Lake Tahoe, along with the first time use of aquatic herbicides, but then also innovative because no one's ever tried herbicides on a one-time basis, and then being able to follow that up with mechanical techniques. And then ultimately, we're trying to find a solution for the long term. And TRPA's role in all this is acting as independent oversight with our monitoring, but certainly driving the collaborative component of that and doing being responsible for the environmental analysis and the permitting component. Next slide. Just a little bit of background on the funding. TRPA through our federal funds have provided about $10 million with $5 million coming from the Tahoe Keys Property Owners Association and the League to Save Lake Tahoe providing funding for some innovative containment techniques. Next slide. So just more detail on the control methods test before I turn it over to Lars. If you recall, some of you were on the board back then in January of 2022, after an extensive environmental analysis and unanimous approvals by both this body and the Lahontan Board to certify the environmental document and issue permits. You may also know that there was a legal challenge to the Lahontan permit after they issued what's called the exemption to a prohibition on aquatic herbicides. That was challenged and the challengers won, but that does not affect the TRPA permit nor the rest of the project and all the data that was collected. And the test itself was a year, in year one was intended to do knockback with what we call group A methods with the 2 aquatic herbicides and ultraviolet light. And then in years 2 and 3, maintaining that knockback with all of the mechanical or non-herbicidal methods. Some that we're using for many, many years with bottom barriers, diver-assisted suction, and UV light. It's also a continuous treatment approach using laminar flow aeration that emits millions of little bubbles to reduce sediment and increase oxygen. And Dr. Anderson will talk about some of the results of all these aspects of the test. And the ultimate goal is finding that combination of methods to get a 75% reduction in biomass, finding the methods for the long term, and ultimately trying to improve the overall water quality within the Keys. And is that next for Lars? Nope. Real quick, Lars will kind of be diving into these a little bit, but just wanted to show you some of the test sites. This is about 40 acres of treatment and control, which the Keys is in and of itself 170 acres. So a smaller scale test, but all of the different methods, combination of herbicides and ultraviolet light by itself, herbicides by itself, and then the laminar flow aeration. And you can also see the small yellow lines, those were some of the mitigation or resource protection measures of using physical barriers to prevent the spread of aquatic herbicides into the lake itself, which was successful. And then next slide. These are the Group B methods. Those are the maintenance methods, where the Group A was the knockback. And again, just kind of give you a representation of the scale of the project. So all those little smaller squares represent the different Group B techniques that were used to maintain that 75% knockback. So a lot of locations where 75% was achieved, and then using spot UV treatments, bottom barriers, and that diver assisted suction harvesting dash, you might hear it referred to. So those were all implemented in years 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And so now I'm going to turn it over to the voice from beyond. Dr. Anderson, please take it away.
Thanks, Dennis. So I'd like to follow up Dennis's description with the CMT with some of the highlights of the results and the conclusions from the CMT 3-year project. And if I get the next slide, please. Oops. Okay.
Sorry, Lars. It's still me. I think they got out of order a little bit, but that's okay. This goes back to TRPA's role, the comprehensive independent monitoring that we implemented with contractors to ensure the sound, making sure that things were done correctly, and also making sure herbicides were not spreading, doing the degradation surveys, if you will, of the herbicides, also looking at nutrients to see if there's any spikes in those results. Basic water quality parameters such as pH, temperature, and dissolved oxygen, and then really looking at the efficacy. And Lars will dive into this, where the picture on the right there, you'll see our rake pulls, which were done about 120,000 of them over the 3 years, where we're really understanding the species composition, the abundance of weeds on a rake, the health of them. So looking at the fullness of it, that really helped us understand the efficacy of the treatments that were employed. And now it's Lars. Yep, take it away, Lars. Sorry about that.
Okay, thanks very much. I just want to remind you, Dennis mentioned this as a collaborative multi-partnership program. This was day 1 of the CMT, and you may recognize some folks in the picture. It was a team effort. We had 12 teams, and at some points off and on during the CMT, there were over 100 people working during the season, especially in the first year. Also notice across the water, I don't know if you can see it too well on your screen, but it's a very low water year, 2022. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. You can see how much shoreline is exposed on the far side over there and how low the docks are. Next slide. So I thought I'd start with conclusions and then sort of talk about how we got to those conclusions. So if you can click through these fairly slowly, I can describe these coming up. So all the planned implementations were done successfully. That includes the applications of the methods during the 3-year period, the introductions of our mitigation techniques and so on, and the stringent requirements that we needed. So one of the first conclusions we reached toward the end of this was that some of these methods work really well in the nearshore areas, and some work really well in the deep water channels in the middle, and vice versa. So it's clearly there are separations of habitats that are successfully treated there. We actually had encouraging growth with native plants coming back in most of these areas. In fact, some of the areas that were treated with the herbicides actually had more natives coming back than our reference control sites did. So that was encouraging. Clearly, the physical barriers, the curtains that Dennis mentioned, have worked. No herbicides reached Lake Tahoe proper, and it sort of indicates that you can apply herbicides safely in that system. And it's also clear from all of our work in the last 3 years, no one method is going to work. There's no silver bullet that's going to answer all the problems. We're going to use a multiple of methods, and I think it's basically integrating various methods to tailor it for the conditions and for the plants we're trying to control. That's the key to it. So next slide. So the data we arrived from were several features were the monitoring programs that we used, including water quality, standard water quality monitoring, and so on. But the 2 bottom ones are hydroacoustic scans that were used to determine how much of the plant material was located in the water column. Those were done every 2 weeks. The only disadvantage to that sort of approach is you can't tell what species are out there. So it gives you a good idea of the total biomass of the plants, but not which ones are there. And that's where the rake pools come in handy. And those were done about 170,000 of those done through the whole thing. And those were pulled every 2 weeks. And then one more click, you'll see what we got from those rake samples. Thank you. So the key on those rake samples, it tells us what plants are on the rake, the total amount of plants on the rakes, and they're ranked that way. But the key thing is it tells us what species are on the rake that's pulled up, and what proportion of the rake is covered by each species. So we actually can figure out the relative abundance of those target plants on the rake. And then lastly, we actually did turion counts. Dennis mentioned the turions that are produced by curly-leaf pondweed. Those are really critical to understand because not only are they reproductive structures, but they're dispersal structures for that plant. So we have some really good data based on all this rake sampling. And what I'll show you is a summary of that data based on the rake samples that we've taken. Next slide. So to set a context for the keys at that time, over the 3-year period, even though our methods were consistent and with the way we applied them across those waters, the water levels changed dramatically in that 3-year period, as most of you know. So this is a shot of the typical high water condition, which is in the last 2 years of the CNT, and including the current year we're in. Next slide. But the reality was in years 2022, when we did our start of the treatments, including the herbicide treatments for that 1 year only, you can see how much exposed shoreline was not underwater at that time. And that's rather important as we talk about the results in the nearshore areas particularly. But for some of these treatments that Dennis mentioned, which are the combination treatments where the shoreline was only treated with herbicides and the middle part of it was done with the UV treatments, you can see how this change in the shoreline levels in the 2 years after we started could affect our treatments. And I showed this in a diagram. The next slide, please. Thank you. So this shows the 3 water levels, sort of indicating what happened over that time period. And what you'll know if you click one more time, the bottom level shows how the herbicide treatments were done in the herbicide-only areas. Those were the total volume treated in those sites. And you can see what happened in 2022, where it was treated, and the volume of water that came on top of that in the next 2 years. Of course, that water wasn't treated at all. And the next slide, if you click that, it shows the combination sites that were treated only on the shorelines. And you can begin to see the impact of having that water level change, which provided more habitat in years 2 and 3, which was never treated with herbicides in any year, because we only used it in year 1 anyway. But that indicates that the 2 shoreline treatments were made in year 1 and the UV treatments in year 2 and 3, which is 2023 and 2024. So you can begin to see that one of the themes of the response to our treatments was a change in the water level and how that affected it. Next slide. So as Dennis mentioned, our gold standard is 75% reduction, and that was the objective of our first year of the knockback with the Group A methods. So I'll summarize those, and basically the summaries indicate what we saw after 3 years in those sites. So the next slide, you'll be seeing some maps that have color codes. Every green star there indicates we achieved our 75% reduction in those sites. The yellowish ones indicate it was a moderate reduction, 50 to 60 or 65%. And the red one indicates we didn't achieve that, we're less than 40%. You'll notice that one is in Lake Talac. And Lake Talac was problematic because we had a lot of that coontail production there, which has no roots. So it tended to move on top of sites that were treated in the subsequent years. So that's our Group A methods, fairly successful in most of the sites. Next slide. Just an example of how much detail we can get from rakes. I'm not going to show a lot of these, just one example of the kind of detail we get. This is, again, is our full end-to-thaw treatment in year 1. And here's the 3-year sequence of results for that. And you can see in the mid-channels, we had excellent control of Eurasian water milfoil. Even in the nearshore, we had pretty good control until year 3. In this diagram, all that dark area, the dark shaded area means those are 75% control. The shaded area are sort of moderate, and then the light areas means we didn't get control in those areas. If you look at curly-leaf pondweed, you can tell from that we got good control in the first year, part of the second year, and then we just didn't really get that good control in the 3rd year in there, and even worse control in the 3rd year with nearshore. And that, again, I think, is because that plant can move so readily into these areas that were not treated except for year 1, and we had all that extra habitat in years 2 and 3. And you'll see coontail at the bottom pair of arrows, pretty good control in the first 2 years, but not so much control in the 3rd year. And then in the near shore, also a difficult area for control. So this is the pattern we kind of saw with the near shore and most of these treatments. So the next one is another map showing the response to the combination treatments. And again, the green stars show we have 75% reduction. And just to remind you, these sites were treated in year one, where the nearshore areas were treated only, those areas were treated with the two herbicides, one or the other. And then the middle sections were treated with UV light in years 2 and 3. And you can see we had three excellent ones, we had one moderate, and a couple that just didn't do well after 3 years. So we had lost control of those, probably having to do with both the combination of the movement of curly-leaf pondweed as well as coontail. Let's shift the next slide. And this is our UV treatments. And this is really interesting because these were sites treated with the UV light only for the 3 years. And the intent was to have the entire site controlled by UV, but we discovered very early on in the first year that the UV equipment just does not get into the nearshore area efficiently. And it doesn't really do a good job in there and takes too long to get in between all the docks and structures. So we wound up just doing the middle section of these 3 sites with UV starting in year 1, 2, and 3. But this isn't the whole story. And the reason I want to show you one more slide is because since we did look at these results every year in years 2 and 3, if you take out year 1 only, you can see that we really actually improved the control with UV. And that's because the methodology improved. We had higher frequency of repeats, and they were treating the plants a little bit longer and doing more overlap with that. So this UV method is still in development and still in refinement, but we did even show some improvement even in the last 2 years compared to the first year in the CM2. So that's kind of encouraging as well. So next slide. Thank you. So the last of the group A is our laminar flow sites that Dennis mentioned, these small bubbles that are created to disturb mix the water column, but also hopefully reduce some of the nutrients. Unfortunately, it had no effect on our invasive aquatic plants. And that's why it's all red. In fact, some of these LFA sites had higher biomass or biovolume of plants than our untreated control reference sites. The one advantage we had from LFA is we had a little better mixing of the water column with dissolved oxygen and a little bit lower turbidity in general. But it really did not work, did not have any kind of control of our aquatic plants. So that was discouraging. And some of those sites have been in since 2019, so longer than others. So this really was a disappointment. Next slide. So just looking at the overall map and just focus on all the green dots, the green stars and the green and yellow areas, those are the best controls we had, and that includes most of the sites, and as a matter of fact. So the red one in the middle, of course, is LFA, and some of the other ones that didn't work, and Lake Talac as well. So fairly encouraging for the Group A methods there. So in summary, next slide, please. And you can just click through these to just remind us what happened here. For the herbicides, we had really good control in the mid channels for the targeted species we're after. And for triclopyr, our surprise was it controlled curly-leaf pondweed really well. It also controls your Eurasian water milfoil, which we knew it would do that, but this was a surprise. Combination sites were pretty good. We actually had better control of some of the coontail in the combination sites than the others. Next click. Next one. Thank you. So again, back to the UV on near shore, it's just not a fit there right now. We don't have the technology and the equipment and the approach to use the UV in the near shore. It just does not work there. And then of course, I mentioned the high water problem. I think this probably actually impeded our effectiveness of some of these treatments because of that additional habitat that was never treated before. And lastly, the LFA really didn't produce any reduction of aquatic plants, even though it did improve some of the water quality to some extent. Next slide. So let's shift over to briefly to the Group B, and I'll go through these fairly quickly. These are our UV spot treatments. Again, these were done in the same sites in years 2 and 3. And what you'll notice is all those green stars up there indicate very good control in our spot treatments, and some were moderate, but most of them had a fairly good success with the spot treatment. What we learned from this was if you have those spot treatments large enough, you get better control. And it makes sense because if you try to treat a small enough area, the surrounding area will reinfest it. So those larger successful ones were a little better than the smaller ones, definitely. But it does require repeat treatments. These are 3 repeat treatments. And basically, these are all middle section, they're middle channel treatments, not near shore. So the next slide shows I think the bottom barriers. Pretty obvious here, when the barriers are down, they work really well. The question is, when you take them up, do you get regrowth? And we did see that in the fall in the last 2 years. And we had, in fact, tried to do some treatments in those areas where the barriers have been removed, and it was partially successful. But while these are down, they work really well. There's limitations in terms of size and so on. But it's a very effective method, although used typically on a very small scale. And you can see the scale compared to the full sites here that we use. Next slide. So the last Group B method is the diver-assisted suction harvesting that Dennis mentioned. I should say this is the one approach that you can take which actually removes the plants as well as some of those turions that we talked about. So it's got some real advantage in terms of longer term control. The only problem is it's high, it takes a lot of resources to do it. The areas are fairly small, but you can see by the little green stars, we did pretty well where they were used. And so where that was applied, it was actually quite successful, with the exception of Lake Tlac again. And I think that's that problem with coontail and with some of the shoreline vegetation moving into our diver removed sites. And so we quit actually treating Lake Tlac after year 2. Next slide. So to summarize the Group Bs, if you can click through these, that'll be fine. The UV spot treatments were really good. We got repeat treatments, of course, in those sites, and typically the larger the site, the better. Bottom barriers, 95, maybe 100% reduction while they're in place. The problem is you get some regrowth afterward, and you have to deal with that in the late fall. And again, smaller areas are the most practical for that. So the diver suction removal, again, very successful. And the advantage there is getting rid of the plants themselves and removing some of the turions as well in those. We hoped it would be selective, but the visibility was not very good, so divers are not really able to separate too much the native from the non-native with these systems. And that last bullet just indicates that our post-treatment after those barriers were removed had some success in the areas as well. Next slide. I want to come back to curly pondweed. Dennis mentioned it. It's a fast-growing plant. It's one of the fastest-growing plants in the Keys. It's certainly established in Lake Tahoe proper already in the South Shore. And just looking at the life cycle just for a minute, you'll see there's some critical phases here. The plant sprouts in the spring and grows rapidly. In fact, it grows faster than the other plants in the spring. And if you want to control this plant, you've got to hit the spring treatment and to stop it from forming those turions. But the interesting thing about this plant is it also has this secondary sort of sprouting that occurs in the fall from these turions, which is shown on the far right. So if you want to control this plant, if you do another click, you'll see where the critical points are with this. I call this kind of a bookend approach where you've got to stop the plants from producing the turions in the spring, but then you also want to stop those turions from being successfully restarting in the fall, because those are really sort of a head start for the next spring on the other plants. And you have to ask yourself, well, how important are these turions? Is that really significant? And I think that it is. The key is with this diagram, it shows not only do you have to have the timing right, but you have to have a large enough treatment to make a difference. Because if you don't treat a large enough area, you're going to get plants that were not treated quickly moving into those areas you've already treated. But to indicate how important this is, the next slides, if you just click on the next one, our diver-assisted harvesting and the rate samples allowed us to do counts of the turions per unit area. So we know how many the turions were produced per square foot. And you can calculate the acreage on that. If you look at that number, it's pretty scary. 150,000 turions per acre was an average. And each one of those turions is capable of starting a new plant and moving to another place. So even if half of those sprout, you can see how significant that is. And then if you expand that out to about 50 acres or half the size of the western part of the lagoon there, you're in the millions. And it really doesn't matter whether it's 3 million or 8 million. You've got such a high number of these propagules produced that you really have to stop this plant from producing them or from them sprouting if you're going to get a handle on the control of curly pondweed. So that's really a high priority area, is stopping this cycle from continuing. Next slide. So getting back to our conclusions, just to reiterate what we found, all the methods were used. We had all of our methods for sampling for compliance were done. You can see now clearly that some of these methods work in nearshore and some don't. The native plants did come back, so that was a very encouraging result from this. The barriers worked. You can actually use herbicides in the system if you do the mitigations the way we did it. But it's clear that no one method is going to be the answer. We're going to have to look at integrated approaches to this, definitely. And the next slide, sort of the implications for moving ahead. Clearly, we need to keep incorporating the most up-to-date technologies. We're doing that with the UV light, and the UV light has a long way to go. I think we can do a lot more development on that technology, make it more efficient, perhaps get it so it can actually work well enough in the near shore, conceivably. Right now, we're not there for that. In terms of prioritization, I think the answer right now is we've got to stop curly pondweed. That's a high priority. And on the right-hand side, any method going forward as a long-term sustainable method is going to have to incorporate a lot of flexibility. And we actually did that during the CMT. We made some changes based on what we found. But if you look at that on the right-hand side, that box, you've got water level changes that we don't have any control over. Storms we have no control over. Temperature pretty much not. And we have to pay attention to the shifts in the invasive plant populations because that can dictate where you treat and how and what methods you use. So any plan going forward is going to have a lot of flexibility into it and a lot of adaptability. Next slide. So to summarize, we actually made a tremendous accomplishment here. As Dennis has mentioned, and I think we're all aware of, we had a fantastic public and private partnership that really worked well. A lot of coordinating going on and a lot of sharing of resources that happened. We gathered probably the most information on a small scale project like this ever. And we now have a good basis for understanding what the weed populations are, because it wasn't just the CMT treatment sites that were measured and monitored. It was also the controls that had no treatments. So we have a really good idea of how these plants respond, even if you don't do anything to them. And then lastly, our integrated program was actually recognized internationally by International Integrated Plant Program meeting in March last year. So really exciting outcome of this. They recognize the importance and the novelty of what we're trying to do in creating this new approach with innovative ideas. So I think I'll stop there. If there's questions, I'm happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson.
Just
Thank
have
you,
two more
Dennis.
slides.
Yeah, please.
Next slide, please. Just want to add another aspect of the kind of independent oversight of this. We engaged the Tahoe Science Advisory Council early on in the project as part of the environmental analysis with some peer review, also an annual review of the data that was collected, and then most recently a comprehensive review of the entirety of the 3-year report. And they confirmed TKPOA's findings and conclusions, and then it was a rigorous and methodically robust. We had 2 scientists, Dr. Michael Marchetti from St. Mary's College and Dr. David Karen of University of Southern California. If you would do 2 more clicks. And just some quotes they had within the review of the report. It's an example of a sound, scientifically based applied ecological research program. That was Dr. Marchetti, and that the control methods test represents the very cutting edge of experimental evaluation of aquatic invasive plant mitigation and management strategies conducted in the field. And that was by Dr. Karen. Next slide. And then just next steps. We just concluded a public webinar last week to the public, very similar but more thorough, in-depth presentation on the results. But then we're going to be still partnering with Tahoe Keys to do some work in 2025 with some ultraviolet light in some of those curlyleaf pondweed hotspots. And then really taking the stakeholder process, diving deeper into the results, and really kind of getting a grasp on an outline of a long-term management plan. And as part of that deep dive, as we move forward in the early parts of 2026, we'll be hosting a science symposium where we'll have all the stakeholders plus the science community looking at all the results and potential methods moving forward, and ultimately trying to develop that long-term management plan for the future, where we have to consider the feasibility, the cost of all of this. 170 acres, much bigger than what we just accomplished, but also looking at the regulatory sideboards that we have to address and the worthy protections Tahoe benefits from and affords, and then going into another environmental analysis. And then along the way, we'll be continuing to engage the board for your feedback and input on how we move forward with next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again, Dr. Anderson. There's no action on this item, guys. This is just for information. So any questions or comments? I have Cody, Ashley, and then Shelley.
Yeah, thanks for all the information. It's definitely good to learn about. It's a lot to kind of wrap your head around for sure. I'm curious, and I wasn't here definitely when the Tahoe Keys was built, wasn't born yet. But I know definitely, you know, National Geographic even said, I think the year I moved here in '98, it was one of the worst man-made ecological mistakes on planet Earth. And that was quoted by the National Geographic because it really is one of the biggest contributors to the lake clarity issue. And I'm wondering, have we looked at kind of the things that we know are really affecting lake clarity? I'd say Tahoe Keys is probably number one on that list. And do we know, you know, looking at when the white disk is going down, what is the Tahoe Keys contribution to that overall, you know, what is it affecting percentage wise, and what is road runoff with particles affecting, and what are these other things? And I ask that because I think that if we're not seeing that go down through so much work over the past few decades, are we talking about extreme measures to stop the bleeding of lake clarity in a sense, which could go to even blocking off the Tahoe Keys? I know I've become the most unpopular council member ever for saying that, but at the same point, when we really think about protecting Tahoe, and I guess that gets into somewhat like thresholds and that type of thing, but are we kind of monitoring that through the decades and seeing, yeah, what our effect is?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'll start and perhaps staff want to jump in. Julie Reagan here, TRPA Executive Director. Great question, Member Bass. I think the Tahoe Keys is the poster child of that runaway development story. Before there was a compact, before there was a regional plan, and it has been very, you know, publicly vilified because it's a very big example. And there was, you know, it's the biggest tributary. The Upper Truckee River is the largest tributary in the basin, puts more sediment into Lake Tahoe than any other. But I think it's really crucial to keep in mind what the clarity drivers are looking at are, you know, modification, alteration of wetlands in general. And most of the places we occupy in the basin were wetlands. So there's plenty of other wetlands. I mean, Incline Village is mostly wetlands. Think of the Bijou area, you know, where we have a big pump and treat stormwater system in South Shore. Like, we put structures on wetlands all over the basin. So it was really a combined disturbance, along with, you know, other factors, the roads, the road cuts into the mountains, all kinds of things historically. But there's no question that the Keys, you know, has all these other challenges that other places may not, because marinas are hotbeds for invasive species. The lagoons are shallow. The temperatures in those lagoons are getting above 90 degrees of water. You know, I mean, that is, you know, ripe for cyanobacteria and other, you know, warm water fish species that shouldn't be in the lake. So there are a lot of issues with the Keys, and that is why it was identified in the science-based action agenda for invasive species control as the highest priority to get a handle on it. But I will ask, you know, Devin, or ask Dennis to add to that a little bit, please.
Yeah, moving forward, you know, some of the things I mentioned that we have to consider is the regulatory and legal aspects actually of what long-term plan looks like. And from a regulatory standpoint, we have ONRW, anti-degradation standards that we have to ensure we're following. And what does that mean if you close off Lake Tahoe? Can you just get rid of 170 acres of Lake Tahoe? That's a regulatory question we have to ask. And then just from a property ownership standpoint, all 170 acres are owned by 1,500, all the submerged lands are owned by 1,500 individual property owners. And what are the ramifications of doing something like that? Another thing we have to wrestle with. There was one other point Julie mentioned, because it was something I wanted to mention in my presentation, but now I forget already. But all of those things are going to have to be talked about in depth and very transparently.
Hi, Kim Carringer. For the record, I'll add one more comment, and it's on, to your point, Mr. Bass, the environmental review that was done on this project. A full environmental impact statement was done on just the control methods test, including a ton of water quality monitoring, because people really are interested, like, is the environment of the keys causing the issue, the warm water, the shallow waters. We also analyzed the no action alternative. What if you did nothing? That was the worst environmental effect, was the no action alternative, which really was impactful to spur some action here. And the biggest contributor to the nutrients in the water column was the weeds themselves. Every year when they die, they're releasing nutrients, and then it's a vicious cycle that happens over and over again. So the biggest way to gain environmental benefit, I think, here is to attack the weed problem. And like Dennis said, I think the problem isn't any easier than it was necessarily 5 years ago, but now we have a ton more data to back up where we go with some potentially bold decision-making around what's the long-term solution.
And Ashley, before we get to more questions, I did see Dr. Anderson, if you wanted to jump in here to the answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. The water clarity has obviously been a long-term concern since the 60s when Goldman started doing his measurements of the clarity. And it's really a complex issue. It's not just the keys at all. It's biological interactions in the water column out there in Lake Tahoe proper. It's runoff around the lake. There's so many components of that. And of course, the Tahoe Environmental Research Center has been doing a lot of work on that. The keys, the primary, you're just concerned about the keys is the production of aquatic plants, which is a threat to the lake. And keep in mind that as the lake fills every year from snowmelt, all that water from the lake, most of it, most of the fill coming into the keys is coming from Lake Tahoe proper. So it's not so really the contribution to turbidity in Lake Tahoe proper from the keys, I suspect is really minor. There's so many other components going on around that drive what's happening in the clarity of the lake over the last decades.
Thanks, Dr. Anderson.
Ashley? Pardon me. Madam Chair, may I just round out with Dan Segan and to speak to the TMDL, because I want to make sure we're clear on the record about the question about clarity, just to build on Dr. Anderson's statement, please.
Thanks, Julie. Dan Segan for the record. So the TMDL is our science-based program to restore the historic clarity of the lake. And at the start of the TMDL, they did 2 studies that basically identified the primary cause of clarity loss, which was fine sediment particles, as you all know, like finer than your hair, basically, and then the sources of those particles. So the dominant source, 70%, comes from our urbanized areas. So as Cody mentioned, wetlands play this natural filtration role. Unfortunately, we don't have wetlands between all of our urban areas and the lake. And so that's why a lot of the TMDL activities you'll see are focused on those urban areas. They're BMPs, they're region-wide BMPs, street sweeping, curb and gutter, and all of that is directed at preventing those fine sediments from our urban areas from reaching the lake.
Thank you. Ashley?
Ashley Conrad-Sada for the record. Thanks so much for the really detailed presentation. It was really helpful and just really great to see that time has passed so quickly. We now have data from that experiment. I think that was the first thing we voted on, Vince. So I just had a very simple question, but when we're recreating in the lake or we're talking to friends who are doing the same, what can we do? I mean, do you want us to report where we see any of these species outside of the keys? Like, is there a way you want us to be engaged as sort of folks out in the world?
Did Laura tee you up for that question? Yes. The Eyes on the Lake program is a stewardship citizen-based science program the league leads that trains you to identify invasive species while you recreate with log forms and data collection instruction on how to report those findings. And we meet on a regular basis to talk about new locations. And I think the league the volunteers have found a few locations around the lake where we've been able to go out and address those. So Eyes on the Lake program.
Thanks. And I also saw the Tahoe Keepers program, and
that is our stewardship non-motorized program.
Okay.
Where we train recreators to identify invasives, what the problem is, and how to make your paddlecraft clean, drain, and dry.
Okay. And I'm just going to volunteer because Camp Sacramento takes a group out to Pope Beach every week. And I was there last week and was trying to tell people about golden mussels. So if you want to arm me with some information, I'll drop it off
Thank
there.
you.
And I did see, did the league want to add anything about how we can get involved, or did we cover it okay? I don't mean to put you on the spot. We're just, if we're gonna participate, let's do it the right way. Sure, Laura Patton from League to Save Lake Tahoe. We have a Citizen Science Tahoe web-based application. If you go to citizensciencetahoe.org, it's a great way to get involved, and we take all reports, everything from aquatic invasive species reports to also litter reports really seriously and respond to all of those. And we've had about 8, I believe, early detection rapid response protocol related to some of what we found from citizens reporting new aquatic invasive plant infestations. Thank you. Thanks for letting me call you up.
Yeah, that's a good point to update or highlight also, because that Eyes on the Lake has been kind of translated upward from just recreators to the marinas, and where they're taking those courses and reporting back to the coordinating committee essentially on what they're finding and if an action needs to be taken.
Thank you. Shelley, questions?
Thank you.
Comments?
Dennis, I'm assuming we had an opportunity to meet with a new representative from the new owners of the Tahoe Keys Marina. I'm assuming that might be, I mean, they have a very ambitious plan to rehabilitate a property that's been sorely neglected over the years. So that's going to require a huge capital investment, but I'm assuming that they would be receptive to helping provide for future funding in connection with the weed abatement problem.
Yes, and there was 2 things I wanted to mention. Kim highlighted one of them, so thank you, Kim, on that no action alternative. But yes, one thing I wanted to talk about was the next steps moving forward is re-engaging the existing stakeholders. We did so in the CMT, but also new partners, with the marina being the most significant. And we've had tremendous engagement with them already. They're very supportive of finding solutions and are ready to be at the table.
That's great. There was a mention, I was a little confused. I mean, we've got native species, and technically, we're not targeting native species, even though they might negatively impact clarity, right? So these herbicides are species specific in every case?
Yes. Well, I don't know about every case. I'm not an expert, but the 2 that were utilized by TKPOA, the endethol that I think you saw most of the slides on, is known to address, I think, both curleaf pondweed and Eurasian water milfoil, and then triclopyr being very specific to Eurasian water milfoil. And perhaps Dr. Anderson could speak more intelligently on that, on my response.
Yeah, thanks, Dennis. No, that's about right. The endethol should actually control the 2 invasives and to some extent the coontail. Native plants can become invasive if the conditions are right, which means, warm water, nutrients and all the rest. And that's what's happening there. It happens in many lakes across the US where coontail as a native, it's a native plant that's widespread, but often is a problematic one. The reason those 2 herbicides were chosen is because they are selective in the sense that they do not affect one of the key native plants there, Elodea. And that's what we did find in our results. We actually had some regrowth of that and increasing Elodea in some of the sites that actually had herbicides applied to them. But those herbicides were specifically used for their selectivity, and there are others out there that have different selectivity as well.
Right, and my final question, I'm sorry. Are seaplanes still landing on Lake Tahoe?
Yes.
And how are we dealing with them in terms of including them in our inspection program?
So they are similar to non-motorized, where they are subject to an inspection, but we've done a lot of engagement with the National Seaplane Pilot Association and more locally with the kind of Tahoe branch of that. They're based out of the North Shore in Truckee, and we have good engagement with them. They've actually piloted their own kind of certification program since the very early days of prevention in 2008. So we have it's a stewardship collaborative approach with the seaplane pilots.
So are they required are there decontamination stations that can provide them with the inspection and decontamination necessary before they land on the lake?
We have not done that before. Most of the seaplanes we see are not like true amphibious, or no, they are not true float planes where they only can take off from land and water. Most of them either come from an airport and land on the lake kind of buzzing around for fun, or take off from the lake and land somewhere else at an airport. They have that program where they are doing those inspections at the airport to make sure they're free of weeds if they have any, or self-bailing floats that can prevent any water and transport before they land. Most of those planes are generally sealed. You don't want to add water to something that you're trying to make float. The level of risk is certainly there, but very much less than a motorized boat.
Thank you.
Pilots piloting. It's what they do. Mr. Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before anybody asked, probably the largest number of planes that you had land in Lake Tahoe, I assume, were the super scoopers that put out the fire. In that respect, we thank them kindly. I know that they investigate and they look through their planes prior to transferring from one lake to another to help ensure that they're not spreading anything to the best of their ability. So they do their own visual inspection as part of their routine, just for everybody's edification.
Yeah, we've had lots of great engagement with the Forest Service, both locally and at the regional scale. Those super scoopers come with their own decontamination equipment. They have reports of water bodies and where AIS may exist. I think I may have highlighted this a few years ago during Caldor, where they had maps of Tahoe and the super scoopers that were used to fight that fire. There was a whole no dip zone along the south shore of Lake Tahoe because of aquatic invasives. So as Mr. Suttermeyer said, that they're doing what they're supposed to do.
You got a doctorate? Shall I get a law degree? We're moving up in the world today. Thank you. This is really interesting. We have one more planning matter, so I do want to make sure we have time to get to that. But is there any other questions or comments before I move us along? Okay, thank
If
you.
I can do one last thing.
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce someone that you've probably heard her name many times, but she's never been introduced formally. Mackenzie Cook. She is been here just over a year now. She's our education outreach specialist, and she is truly a rock star among rock stars and has been really a driving force of all the positive engagement we've had with the Rovers and the Tahoe Keepers program, and now with all the Golden Mussel outreach. So please say hello to Mackenzie.
Welcome. Thank you. Thanks, Dennis. Great presentation. Thank you. We're going to move on then to our final planning matter, which is agenda item 11B, the recap of Nevada and California legislative session. Information can be found on page 495. And Devin, I believe you are leading us through this, please. Again, just as Devin gets up and gets ready, who is already ready, this is just information only. Thanks, Devin.
Thank you, Chair Williamson. I'm also joined by our stellar Communications and Government Affairs intern, Jeffrey Fearon, who will be doing one of the slides during this presentation. But here again, Devin Middlebrook, TRPA for the record, to give our semi-regular legislative update to this board. And it's been a busy year so far. Next slide. Starting at a federal level, I mentioned this during the EIP committee this morning, but Lake Tahoe Restoration Act, which was reauthorized last year, the big celebration of 2024, we just received final word on all of our funding for federal fiscal year 25 appropriations. So we've officially secured $6.2 million for watersheds and water quality, $5.5 million for forest health, $2.1 million for water infrastructure for fire, and $3.9 million for aquatic invasive species for nearly $18 million total appropriation. And that's in line with what we've seen in recent years. And our FY26 appropriation requests would move forward at similar levels, which we'll know at the earliest this fall. There was also a lot of talk in the last several weeks around the reconciliation process and various proposals to sell public lands across the country, federal public lands across the country. Just want to update you all that that provision was removed before the final reconciliation package was adopted. Want to thank all of our board members that engaged on that, and Congressman Kiley, who worked with the Team Tahoe, Supervisor Lane, Supervisor Gustafson, and Director Reagan. We actually went and attended a July 12th event in Truckee with Congressman Kiley to discuss the importance of public lands, which is the picture that you can see there on the slide. We continue to coordinate funding requests. So in addition to the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act requests, we also have had 10 projects selected for community project funding / congressionally designated spending by the Tahoe delegation. That doesn't guarantee those 10 projects would get funding, but it moves them forward in the next step. And again, we'll know more in the fall, but that includes a wide range of environmental improvement program projects, including water for fire, forest health projects, transportation projects, and even a housing project in the city of South Lake Tahoe. So we've had great coordination among all of the EIP partners on that. And then upcoming for the next year and looking into 2026, two of our main priorities are Explore Act. So the Explore Act was a bipartisan piece of legislation that has many, many provisions related to outdoor recreation that was signed into law earlier this year. And the federal agencies, Department of Interior and Department of Agriculture, are starting to ramp up, beginning to work on implementing that legislation. And there's many provisions in there that could benefit the Tahoe region. So we're continuing to watch that. And then next year, the federal government is due to reauthorize their surface transportation bill. This is the big federal transportation bill. And again, many opportunities for Tahoe, given the regional transportation plan discussion earlier today, a lot of opportunities for Tahoe in that. And we are already engaging with our delegation on priorities for the Tahoe region there. Next slide. And then, of course, the Tahoe Summit, we spoke in depth about that this morning at the EIP committee, so I won't repeat anything, but Wednesday, August 6th at Valhalla Tahoe. Thank you all. I think I've confirmed with each board member on their plans for that event and looking forward to having you there. Next slide. Nevada, this year was the 83rd legislative session, and it was a busy one for Tahoe. I think you are all familiar that we have an interim oversight committee for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and Marlette Lake Water System that meets in the off years. For us, for those Californian members on our board, the Nevada legislature meets every other year for a fast and furious 120 days. I want to thank all of the governing board members in Nevada that helped during the legislative session. Ms. Hill helping testify for bills, Director Settlemeyer supporting through the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Ms. Aldine for showing up and attending meetings, Secretary of State Aguilar, everyone on the Nevada side really helped. So 8 bills were proposed by the Interim Oversight Committee out of 2024. 7 of those bills passed the legislature and 6 were signed by the governor. So overall, a productive year for the Tahoe Interim Oversight Committee. Just want to highlight several of those bills. Senate Bill 83, led by Director Settlemeyer and Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, is the next round of environmental improvement program bond sales for $10.5 million, which will support forest health projects, water quality projects, and master plan, Sand Harbor State Park master plan implementation. Senate Bill 106 reconfirms in state law Tahoe's 600-foot no wake zone, which is great to preserving boater safety, paddler safety, and reducing shoreline erosion from wakes. Senate Bill 426 creates the recreation corridor safety zones on Nevada's highways near recreation areas. Sand Harbor, Zephyr Cove provides additional authority to the Department of Transportation and local law enforcement to enforce illegal and dangerous roadside parking, and then additional provisions for the Department of Transportation to work with local jurisdictions or the Tahoe Transportation District to manage those off-highway parking lots like you heard with the Spooner Summit piece, and definitely looking to bring something similar to the California side in the near future. And then just want to note an engagement with Mr. Rice and the Douglas County Commissioners. That bill does include language that says we will not be doing lane reductions on US 50 for evacuation safety. And then finally, Assembly Bill 545 extended the DMV air quality funds that TRPA receives each biennium to support our air quality monitoring and air quality protection programs. So overall, moving forward, and just want to highlight that our budget was passed as requested for the biennium in Nevada. And then this fall, we're expecting our appointments to the TRPA Interim Oversight Committee for the next interim session, which will take place in 2026. And there was a bill this year in the Nevada legislature that made changes to interim committees overall. So for Tahoe and TRPA, we're going to be going from 6 members to 8 members. So 2 new champions joining that committee. And unlike previous years where the committee members elect their chair and vice chair, those chair and vice chair positions will now be selected by the state's legislative committee. So a couple changes to how that committee will operate. And we anticipate the appointments for that this fall and picking up in January of 2026. And again, thank you to everyone for supporting. And then there was also in Nevada, Governor Lombardo passed through his major housing bill, and I would love to turn it to my intern, Jeffrey, to explain a little bit about that on the next slide.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey Fearon, TRPA staff. On June 9th of this year, Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo signed Assembly Bill number 540 into law. The overall goal is to build more housing in Nevada. For today's presentation, I want to highlight 2 aspects of this legislation. First, Assembly Bill 540 establishes the Nevada Attainable Housing Account to be administered by the Housing Division of the State Department of Business and Industry and serve as a funding pool for projects that support attainable housing. The account begins with a $133 million appropriation with up to $50 million in general obligation bond authority and a requirement that new attainable housing project partners provide matching funds at a ratio of at least 1-to-1. Second, the bill expanded definitions for income limits in deed restrictions for affordable and attainable housing. As you can see on this slide, the state went from 3 tiers of affordable housing to 5, now ranging from 30% to 150% of area median household income. Thanks to proactive work from this board, TRPA's existing deed restriction categories align with these new tiers in Nevada, though I will note differing terminology between Nevada and TRPA. Our housing team will ensure clear communications with potential housing project applicants as they come forward under the new law. In conclusion, I want to share 2 key takeaways with you today. First being that Nevada's expanded tier system aligns with TRPA policy and will provide more opportunities for local housing in the basin. And second is the importance of engaging with the Nevada Housing Division, as this is the agency that will be responsible for implementing the Attainable Housing Account. And for the Nevada members of this board, our housing team is always here to support you through implementation of this new legislation. Thank you. I'll now turn the presentation back over to Devin.
And just really quick, knocked it out of the park, Jeffrey. Nice job on your first presentation. Go ahead, Devin.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Devin Middlebrook, TRPA again for the record. Next slide. Moving over to the California side, a couple of highlights here as well. The California Tahoe Alliance hosted a wonderful happy hour event on June 11th at the old Leland Stanford Mansion in California. Thank you for those board members that were able to come and attend that event. There's a photo on the right of Secretary Crowfoot speaking at that happy hour, and just another way for us to get together and engage and work with our Sacramento counterparts more frequently and in person. We continue to follow the Prop 4 climate bond spending and spending discussions. The legislature approved earlier this year an early action budget for spending the Prop 4 funding that included $23.5 million to the Tahoe Conservancy for forest health projects. And spending discussions are going to be ramping up this fall. And particularly, we are engaging on forest health, water for fire, recreation access, and water quality funding programs, among others in that bond. Transportation funding, there's a photo on the bottom of this slide of myself and Nick Haven, our MPO director, testifying before an assembly subcommittee on transportation funding at Tahoe. Unfortunately, this year, those requests did not advance, but we continue, as we heard in the Regional Transportation Plan program, continue to work on funding at all levels and with all sectors to advance our goals and implement that plan that you all just adopted. Golden mussels, we just talked a lot about that with Mr. Zabaglo, but just want to note that there is a request being developed across the state right now related to golden mussels in California Fish and Game Code, specifically in Code Section 2301, getting a little bit in the weeds. They specifically list out invasive species that Fish and Game can manage, but they list individual species such as quagga and zebra. So there is a need to expand those definitions. So golden mussels can have the same, Fish and Wildlife can have the same authority to manage golden mussels that they do zebra and quagga. So we are engaging on that. And then because we spoke about housing in Nevada, just want to touch on housing. Like every year, California adopted many housing bills, but specifically there was significant reform around CEQA, permit streamlining, and then I will also mention the Regional Early Action 2.0 program, REAP 2.0. The spending deadline for that was extended by 6 months, which is very helpful for our team, our housing team here, who does have a grant through that program, so they can take their time and do the project right and not rush to bill deliverables at the end of that deadline. So that gives that team a little bit more time to do the process correctly. Next slide. Sharing another photo of the large group from that event several weekends ago with Congressman Kiley. And with that, I will turn it back to Chair Williamson for any board questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments, Alex?
That was great. Thank you. And I'll just add on a few other updates from California. So the early action Prop 4 dollars also included $10 million to go to the Karuk tribe to build a fire training center. This is just kind of seed funding to get it started, but this will be a really important step in tribal leadership in doing cultural and beneficial fire for fire prevention, wildfire management, and I think resource management more broadly. So I think that's really exciting. They've been training people from all over the world as far as Australia, and they've been doing partnerships with the Washoe tribe here locally. So that's more good news out of the early action. I think small correction, the Prop 4 allocation should be wrapped up before fall. The California legislative session will wrap on September 12th. So we should know by then whatever the budget will look like. On housing, I think just to flag the housing, some of the more significant bills that we're claiming to help with housing, we're actually not going through the legislative process. They went through the budget process. So these were pretty rushed. They were in print for 72 hours before they were voted on. So there was no policy committee hearings, no public process. They have a lot of things exempted from CEQA that have nothing to do with housing. So this includes advanced manufacturing, which can be semiconductor facilities, pesticide factories. Let's see, I think nuclear is a question. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that will now be exempt from CEQA with no environmental review that could have pretty adverse impacts on the environment. It also allows for development on endangered species habitat. So that's something that we'll be looking towards, I guess, this next year. And it significantly limits the administrative record in CEQA cases so that there's far less transparency with governmental decisions. So a little disappointing for some of us, but I think, exciting for others. Just trying to be mixed. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Alex. Anyone else, questions or comments? Cody?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. It brings to light what I have brought up at TTD quite a few times, which is, being a bi-state agency essentially, and the difference of the Nevada legislature, the 2 years, and then the California side. And, sometimes every 2 years do we kind of get all of our policy direction to Nevada because it's only 2 years and 120 days we have, and we kind of don't focus as much on California. And I saw that today in, the 6 bills that we were able to get the governor to sign in California, but not one specific Tahoe bill. And I know there's reasons for that, and that's to no discredit to Devin and his great work. But the question is really, does it serve us better to have a policy director for Nevada and a policy director for California that is purely focused on each state? Because again, this has come up at TTD where the, NDOT and Caltrans are so far different, and the layers of bureaucracy between both and how they work are so different. And so does it behoove us to have a policy director for each state? And I think that today it brought that up again. And again, that's no discredit to, I think it's so much to have one person trying to focus on both, because again, there's just a massive difference. And then I also understand the complexities of getting a sponsor in California to get a bill to the floor is obviously a much different lift than Nevada. And so I just wonder, is that something we've ever thought about, explored, and would it be something that may help us?
I might phone a friend with Director Reagan.
Yes, I can happily speak to that. Thank you, Devin. Julie Reagan here, TRPA Director. And thank you, Member Bass, for the question. I know this has come up in the context of Caltrans and CalSTA versus NDOT and in the transportation space. Certainly happy, to have further discussions offline. I do think it's important to recognize there are such big differences in the two states. I know our team, Devin, board members, we're probably the most active in California than we have been in several years this year. They're just different. And we've been working in Nevada for several years to just get back up to our 1/3, 2/3 share. And Member Hill and Chair Williamson and many others, we had to put a lot of attention just to get back up to that 2/3, 1/3 split, which we accomplished. California, we never dropped. So we've been asking for different things for different reasons. I will just mention back in 2009, there was a bill in the California legislature to create a new committee, a committee for the protection of Lake Tahoe, patterned after Nevada's oversight committee. It was 6 members, 3 from the Assembly, 3 from the Senate. That committee never got funded, and so it never even met, and then it sunsetted. So we've relied more on our board members because in California, we have direct legislative appointees. So Member Loomer and Member Faustinas have direct appointing authorities to the legislature. And so it's just different. In Nevada, we don't have we don't have that animal. We have an at-large member. We have the Secretary of State in Nevada. So we approach it a little bit differently already without having 2 separate staff people. But in general, the relationships that we have are what we count on. And we have a very large alliance in California that we don't have in Nevada. We have the California Tahoe Alliance that we contribute to, we advise, and that is a member of more than a dozen entities. The city of South Lake Tahoe is a member of that alliance. There is a contract that's administered in partnership with the League to Save Lake Tahoe and local governments, utility districts. So we just approach it differently. So I don't know that having actually 2 separate policy directors on staff would be efficient, because a lot of times these things do overlap. So for example, we're going to now run legislation in California that we were successful in Nevada in the next session. So we've got this opportunity to go to California to say the no wake zone bill, which Member Lane and Member Gustafson have been working on through the sheriffs of their respective counties. We can leverage that to say this happened in Nevada, let's make it happen in California. It's another important note that in California, our delegation in the state legislature are not members of the majority, which is also a direct, contribution to bills. And that's why we have to reach out to other members in the leadership. And in the Bay Area, we have a Friends of Tahoe, Tahoe Champions program that we can get other bill sponsors, not necessarily our direct representatives, which are very supportive, and we work with them all the time. And we have new assembly member who's just been super engaged. But at any rate, I'll just ask Devin if he wants to contribute any more to that conversation.
Devin Middlebrook, TRPA for the record. I think that summarized it nicely, and I'm glad you hit on the 2009 Tahoe Committee in California that wasn't funded and sunsetted. I think that would have been about what you were kind of talking about as
It
well.
really is. And I'm curious, is there another shot at that possibly, or maybe that's to Alex? Yeah.
I mean, I can jump in. I think so. A couple of things. I think I'm trying to reestablish out. We can try. There's so many, I think, pressing issues that legislators are going to want to deal with in their own districts, that like trying to get someone to serve on a committee to deal with issues that are outside of their own district can be challenging and like hard to get direct funding towards. And then also like, yes, we do have both of our representatives in the Senate and the Assembly are of the minority party, but I think there's just kind of a general rule that, if you're going to run a district bill, with a different member, like you want to go through, the members that represent this area. So it's pretty like narrow, like you need to kind of be working through our representatives. I'd also say, in my previous job that I had years ago, I covered both California and Nevada, and multiple other states in the West. And in the off years for Nevada, you're not doing much. So to have someone that was just dedicated to Nevada that kind of had every other year kind of off, I'm not sure it would be like, right. Like, I'm not sure if it's like the most efficient use of funding. Like I think I'd rather have someone that was like looking at both and also trying to like Julie was saying, like, look at what we're doing in Nevada, bringing it to California, vice versa. And that's well-versed in the issues on both sides. I mean, all for adding capacity, like down for that, but I wouldn't bifurcate it between the two states.
So I have Alexis and then Ashley, and I just want to remind people, we're not agendized to vote. So great discussion, but we have a couple more things today too. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I would say this was the most productive session that I've seen on the Nevada side for TRPA and all the bills we got through. I think the last session, we only had like 3 bills and one was just a resolution that they believe in us. So that's so nice. But I think we should give, I know, no, they approved that. But
We got our way.
yeah, I think we should give the interim committee a lot of credit. And we had a champion in Senator Daley, and I just want to give him a shout out because he lives in Sparks. Yes, the district does not encapsulate Tahoe, but we all believe that we are locals to Tahoe, especially in Northern Nevada, but even our Southern Nevada members were really passionate about issues. That there was even a plastic water bottle ban that was discussed that we probably will be bringing back next time around anyway. So I just want to say thank you to all the incredible work of the staff, but also we had some champions in that interim committee that I've never seen that kind of work before. So we'll continue on creating that passion.
Ashley?
Ashley Conrad-Seda. Yeah, just on the California side, 2 notes. One is the separate committees, if they're so narrowly focused, don't end up getting a lot of attention from the legislature. Having managed one of those, it's like it was sort of checked a box for them, but the reports didn't really drive a lot of change. What I would recommend though is, for example, the aquatic invasive study, right? Putting together a 1 or 2 pager and submitting that to one of the natural resources committees or both, right? So providing information about the good work happening here that is replicable elsewhere and potentially speaking to those committee chief consultants, that's a good way of drawing attention to Tahoe and so that when those fiscal requests come through, they see that the money is actually doing something. And I think actually submitting those to various committees would do more good than potentially trying to go through the political process of standing up another committee.
Thanks, everyone. And I do want to say, I think having one person, from my perspective, for both states actually has some uniquely advantageous streamlining roles. And Devin, you did a really great job this year. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you all.
That moves us on to reports, agenda item 11, Director Reagan, and then Graham. Could we do Executive Director and then General Counsel reports, please?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your attention today, board. I have a few slides and a few things to wrap up. We'll finish out our reports, and then it looks like we probably have a little time for a break before the Regional Planning Committee, which can start at 3 o'clock. So we are running ahead of schedule. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gold star for you. Before I get into the report, I do want to ask, since we were just talking about the summit and all the good work of our team, I just want to ask Allison Anthony to stand. Allie is another summer intern. I don't know if she got introduced last month because she just started in July. She is joining us particularly to help on the summit and with our communications and policy work. So welcome, Allie. Thanks for your hard work. She's been a delight to work with, hit the ground running, and will be assisting in all the events that are kind of leading up to the summit. There's lots of tours. There's a lot of conversations to be had, and there's a lot of legwork right now to prepare. And you'll be getting also some materials that will feature our new brand for the Environmental Improvement Program, which is highlighted in my slide as well, with our annual accomplishments report. And it's now called a progress report because accomplishment sometimes gives that indication like we're done. And we are never done, but we are making progress and we have a lot more to do. So stay tuned for that because it's always a good place for us to recap all the good work that not just TRPA is doing, but the 80+ partners that are in the Environmental Improvement Program. And Kim Carringer has really been leading that partnership and that work. And so super proud of it. The next slide is about our voting app. And I wanted to circle back to last month's board meeting where we had some questions about our boating app and emergencies. And we were discussing the tragedy that was mentioned today in public comment where people's lives were lost on the lake in a boating accident. And our app does have weather alerts, and we've actually had several this summer. And I wanted just to make sure that you knew that our team developed this app. So Amy Fish and our GIS team and the great talent that we've got right here in-house in TRPA's building is responsible for this app. We've got cards in all the marinas and around town. We have a big social media campaign around this, but we're getting a lot of usage, and we've just we've just updated that app to increase the functionality on different kinds of devices. We've got more access in remote areas, which continues to be an issue in Tahoe. We do have, gaps in coverage. We have some challenges with the technology. And so the app is now better positioned for that. And then it is now able for you to drop a pin on some of your favorite spots. And there's more information than just boating safety, but that is the key purpose. And this identifying if you're in the water, where are you in terms of that 600-foot no wake zone, having that safety information, having emergency notification, weather alerts, hazards that are coming out, notifications from the National Weather Service. But there's also a lot of other information about the flora and fauna and special species and environmental information. So if you haven't checked it out, I urge you to do so. Super proud of our team for coming up with this really creative piece. The next slide is about, what is the next slide? There we go. Okay, the next slide is about our peer allocation lottery. And we talked a lot about shoreline today. So I wanted to bring you up to speed on something that only happens every 2 years. We haven't done a drawing for peer, issuance for just the applications to go forward in 2 years. So 2023 was the last peer allocation lottery. And that's a picture of Matt Miller from our staff and Brandy McMahon and Zach Davis sitting here in this room. And we really did miss member Aldine. She usually she does the honors of drawing out of the clear box. And it must have been our bad luck because the lock broke on the box. So we had a little bit of drama, and they had to put tape on the box, and it's all live streamed and videotaped because it's very sensitive. Back in, I think, the early days, we used to have a priest do this because no one trusted TRPA to pull out of the box. So Father Grace was a man about town, and he did the honors. So we have evolved that we actually are, trusted from TRPA to do it. Now we are videotaped the whole time. So good news on the team that made this happen. And I wanted to give you a little more background. I think Brandy did a great job today explaining the peer and the appeal. But let's just kind of go back in time for just a quick minute with me, if you wouldn't mind, because the shoreline plan really embodies the story of development, right? To Member Bass's question of the keys. Like if you think of your jobs as the policymakers under the compact and the defenders of the compact, 80% of what you see built in the environment happened before we even had a regional plan. We have an old rundown development pattern that happened before we had the rules that we've got. Same is true with piers. If there's about 1,500 lakefront properties, there are existing, just over 700 private piers, there's 40 some public piers, and most of those were built before we had the 87 plan. So we've got this environment that we inherited that we were trying to get some order to, and it really took about 30 years to get to the 2018 shoreline plan, to get some good order. That plan was not litigated because we spent multiple years in a mediated, facilitated, collaborative process to come up with this plan. And now we have the plan and we're implementing the plan. But as you implement things come up. We have disagreements. You're going to be hearing some new appeals. I'm going to mention that in the what's coming up piece. So, but we are actually implementing the plan that the board and our staff and the community worked on very hard. And part of that is this peer lottery. And so every 2 years, we allocate 12 piers. Most of them are multi-use because the policy direction of the shoreline plan was to incentivize multi-use piers so that you could retire parcels from development of new structures. So we had 11 multi-parcel piers selected and 2 single pier proposals. One was carried over from the last drawing that didn't get pursued. So there's 13 over 2 years, and the plan overall caps that number, caps the number of moorings, caps, all of those things, and has the new design standards that Brandy laid out for you, so that it's not every project that comes in the door isn't just a can of worms, and it's all, very ad hoc. There is a structure to this. And so our team works very hard to pull this together, and we're maximizing environmental gain with every application. There's been a question in the community of like, well, how come I have to put up an application fee to be considered in this drawing? Because we had many more entries than were selected. And the reason is because it takes our staff hours and hours and hours to determine eligibility. And every drawing we've had, some parcels are just not eligible. And so if we were to go forward with just the whole lot, that would be a disincentive for those that were, and it would be unfair to others. And so that takes staff time, and there is cost recovery going on. So I just wanted to make sure that the community understands why this is a non-refundable application fee. It is, the option of a parcel owner to pursue this. And let's not forget, a pier adds substantial value, to a parcel, millions. And then just a little flavor around this. Piers have become more recreation oriented, but when those original piers, some of the ones you saw on the slide earlier that Brandy showed, these were how people got around. Like, in history, it would not be uncommon to see a cow on a boat going to a house because that's how they got their fresh milk, by way of the water. People used to have piers for functionality to live. How we got around, by the railroad, by boat, steamers across the lake, all that has changed. And so we are now modernizing a system that is probably different than what it was originally intended for. So I just wanted to give a huge shout out to our permitting and compliance staff. They work really hard to be fair, and they lose a lot of brain cells in this because it's very complicated. It's very complicated and complex. So good job to the team.
Could I ask a quick question just before we move on from piers? I'm just curious, and I know that this really came up when we had this large storm, and on my shore at the Timber Cove, we had those black things bust open. There's styrofoam in them, and I don't know if the microplastic study included styrofoam, because styrofoam is technically not a plastic, so I don't know if it did or not. But I'm wondering, by the time we permit these, are we going to be able to look at that code that makes sure we don't have styrofoam in any of these floating buoys before these get built?
Thank you for the question. We do not approve any more styrofoam, period. And the Keys Marina, the new redevelopment project there that many of you were able to tour, they are changing out all the docks, and they are not doing those old styrofoam beads. They're doing new concrete docks with new materials and polymers, so that we won't have that problem again. Pardon me. But again, we have a lot of old structures, so we've got to provide incentives. That's going to be discussed at the Regional Planning Committee. What are those incentives for a property that has an old pier, or that may have some of those, to remove them, because it's very expensive, but we wouldn't approve those in the future. Okay, thank you. Next slide.
Before you move
Yeah.
on, I have a similar question. Based on Mr. Alan Miller's comments earlier today regarding the Johannesson's Pier, do you know what the decking is made of? Is it a composite?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea?
I believe that was a Trex, like a composite Trex material.
Yeah, they do tend to break down pretty quickly. I mean, I don't know if we encourage people to consider using wood as decking material, but of course the challenge with that is you have to use wood preservatives to maintain it over time, and I'm not sure there's a preservative that would be considered environmentally friendly. But anyway, and if you had mentioned that previously the names were drawn by a minister or someone with, the authority
grace.
of the Almighty. I will say that I am an ordained minister. So, don't doubt my credibility when it comes to choosing
There you
names.
go.
And here's my card.
In good keepings. Available.
Clean up their act and
Available for weddings. Very good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Member Aldean. I appreciate it. Moving on to a wonderful event that happened last week, and it was the Lieutenant Governors Association nationally that convened in Lake Tahoe. And pictured with McAvoy Lane, the Mark Twain, living legend of Mark Twain embodied, is Lieutenant Governor Anthony from Nevada, who hosted this delegation. And so we were able to participate with that in different events. One of them was terrific out in Glenbrook. We had the second demonstration of the innovative mastication company called the BurnBot. They actually do burns and they do mastication in sponsorship, cooperation with the Tahoe Fund and other partners, the homeowners of Glenbrook, fire personnel. We were able to, Devin Middlebrook, organize this whole outing for the lieutenant governors, and Lieutenant Governor was, Anthony was able to showcase some of the good work that we're doing here on the Nevada side of the lake, but in Tahoe in general, in an environmentally responsible way, and inspire others to do that. So showcasing technology and how we're advancing the pace and scale of fuels reduction was really exciting. And for those of us that like to quote Mark Twain in our speeches, I know all of you give speeches, we all have our favorites, but in this opening session, I learned a new one. Okay, you can use this, and it is, if Lake Tahoe doesn't cure what ails you, I will bury you at my own expense. That's a good one. That's a good one. I've never used that one before. I'm going to. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. But it was wonderful to showcase Tahoe. I am so proud to give an update on behalf of Karen Fink, who's with Cabinet Secretary Moss from California over on the North Shore. She would have been here in the reports to do this, but she was able to give me a couple slides to tell you where we are on cultivating community, which is our housing strategic priority that you approved in the work plan and budget last month. And I believe that Vice Chair Henningman is going to give a report because he attended the workshop last night at Bijou Elementary School, which was exciting. But big picture, just remember, we're in phase 3 of a multi-year strategic priority to make housing more affordable and advance our environmental goals. And we've been through 2 phases already, and you've taken action on that. First phase to get more accessory dwelling units and make it more streamlined permitting. The second phase was a couple years ago, that December vote that now local jurisdictions are bringing those incentives on to get more deed restricted housing in exchange for some incentives with density and height. And now cultivating community is that third phase of work. And this is the big ticket. This is going to require an environmental impact statement, full environmental review. And we're in this kind of halfway period of the cultivating community phase 3. And so we're about halfway where we're still working with the community, assessing and generating ideas. There was an open house format last night. Tonight is on the North Shore. So if any of you are still going to be in town and you have a chance to swing by the North Shore workshop, we can get you all the details. But it's a wonderful opportunity to think big picture about how can we look at our rules, which we know limit development, and there's a supply and demand issue that affects affordability. But yet we know we are amidst a national crisis of affordable housing. So certainly our rules aren't the main engine that's fueling this crisis, but we have a role to play, and we're taking a very hard look at that in terms of policy recommendations, which will follow. So coming down the line, we've got a couple of chunks left. If we go to the next slide, that will break up in a little bit more detail of the timeline, the community meetings. You're going to get some updates in the fall. We've got the Tahoe Living Working Group. Some of you serve on that as from the board, and those are open meetings. And then we've got more community workshops, and ultimately you'll be looking to give us guidance on the environmental impact statement. What kind of code of ordinance revisions do we want to target? We have to be strategic. We understand we can't throw out everything because we have rules for a good reason. But on the other hand, some of our rules have had unintended consequences, and we're taking a very hard look at that. So really encourage you to go to the website. Anyone that wants to take a deeper dive, our staff are here for you. John Hester is mentoring and leading our long-range planning staff with Jacob Stock, Karen Fink, Alyssa Bettinger, and other staff members that are just doing an amazing job. Kaylee is our 2-year contract employee through the grant from the California Early Action Grant that was mentioned earlier. Kaylee's bilingual, and she has been getting in the community, and a big focus of this is to reach out to people who have been left behind and historically do not have the bandwidth to show up at public hearings or engage in a public process. Kaylee and our team and our partners are going into those communities and trying to hear their voices, hear what matters to them about quality housing. And so it's a bit unprecedented for us as an agency to have the bandwidth to go to that level. And I'm just really proud of the team for doing it. Please.
I was just so proud of reading the methodology that's being used in terms of really giving skill sets to the people that you're trying to engage with. So the worst thing that you can possibly do is go into a community that hasn't been engaged and say, come show up at a meeting, and then you leave, and just expect people to come. Just based on the background reading I did, that's what you have to do. You have to cultivate the leadership skills and give incentives to participate. And so kudos.
Thank you.
Kudos to the way you're doing it.
Thank you. Thank you for teasing that out. I appreciate that, Belinda, because we've learned as we've gone through many years of engagement in the community that it is the worst thing to say, well, just come to the meeting. What's the problem? So we actually did 3 workshops just with our staff, and we brought in representatives from the Sierra Community House, Family Resource Center, Lydell Wyatt, the Washoe Tribe liaison. And they, in their own words, said the same thing. Like, this is intimidating for people, particularly English is not their, first language. I mean, our rules are complicated for any of us, let alone if you do not speak English. So we have to build a new table together. So thanks for mentioning that, but that's a big focus of the work. Okay, the next slide, please.
Hey, Julie, sorry.
Yeah.
Just really quick procedurally, I have a note that John Hester was going to give us a Tahoe Living Working Group update from page 497 in committee reports. Is that still coming, or did we?
We have that down in the agenda, but
Do you want to just jump into housing quick since we're on?
Well, I think Julie's covered most of it.
Okay.
I'll just point you to that part of your agenda packet, and also say in there is a link to what we're calling the Growth Management Handbook. And we've given license to this group of 20 some odd people from around the community that's a regular group plus all the community to look at everything we do, bring it up. I mean, we've had people talk about, can we start subdividing land again? Can we, so we're not necessarily going to bring all that to you because some of them will get screened out, but they've taken really wide view, and we've, I think you heard some of them on the field trip last time when we went over to Sugar Pine, but it's here on page 497 in your packet if you want to go deeper into some of this. So that'll take care of that item.
Thank
So
you,
we're
John.
ahead of
I was
schedule
just
again.
trying to do housing all
I
at
want
once.
a
Thank
gold
you.
star, too.
No, that was,
Okay.
thank you.
One for
Thank
you.
you. That I missed that I was supposed to kick it to Hester. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect timing. Appreciate it. Okay, just a couple more slides and we'll be wrapped up. But I really want to focus on something that you don't hear a lot about, and that is our forester, Bruce Barr. He just goes out in the community and does his work. He is a team of one. Last year, he issued 1,176 tree removal permits on his own. Like, we do 1,000 permits at the agency. Bruce does almost 1,200 permits by himself. That authorized the removal of 4,217 trees. So Bruce is a machine. He gets back to people within 24 to 36 hours when they put in a request for a tree removal permit. And he worked with Lake Tahoe Community College's Rising Scholars Program. And it's pretty touching because it used to be called the Formerly Incarcerated Individuals Program, and now Rising Scholars. They are getting certificates in skills in forestry that are approved by CAL FIRE and are transitioning from that program into jobs. So it's been absolutely rewarding for us as an agency to be a part of this. And it very much ties into the workforce development initiative that the Lake Tahoe Community College and many other institutions are working on to develop a pipeline for forest management. And there's, new facilities at the community college that are focusing on this. But to be able to help turn people's lives around, what an opportunity, and to do something that is so necessary in our environment. We don't have the necessary workforce to do the forestry work. And Jeff Cowan is our public information officer, is actually a trustee of the board of trustees of the community college. And he had the opportunity to go to a couple of these events and talk to some of the students who just said that Bruce potentially really helped turn their lives around. So it was just a really important moment, I think, for Bruce, and Bruce kind of just gets his head down and does his work. And I just wanted you to know that he's making a difference in people's lives. And so we're really proud of him for that.
Julie, do you know if maybe James can answer this question, or any of the honor crews involved in this program in Nevada?
Thank you, James Sunmeyer, for the record. No, no honor crews are currently involved in this program. To my knowledge, from the state of Nevada, the honor crews that we've utilized in the past due to changes in law are no longer with us long enough to work on most of our fire programs. Certification takes, unfortunately, 1.5 to 2 years. Our average length of stay currently of those individuals, due to the doubling of the good time credit, is 2 to 3 months. Therefore, we fail to be able to give them proper certification to allow them to be safely within these communities working with trees, chainsaws, and things of that nature. And we've gone to more private crews of our own foresters, Marlette Peak crew and others. So we do a fair amount of clearing of debris and so forth within the Tahoe Basin, all throughout, mainly trying to focus on state lands, which is, you know, we have something in the neighborhood, I think, of 429 private lots that were acquired, I think, through either the Santini-Burton Act or one of the other ones. I forget the other name, but we do try to take care of those lots in that respect. But no, we do not have any as part of this program.
And thank you for that, Director Settlemyer. Appreciate it. Just to wrap out this item, the Tahoe Fund has also been very instrumental in philanthropy and supporting scholarships for the Fire Academy and the Fire Science Program. Dr. Kat McIntyre from our office has actually been very much involved with that program. And the college secured $13 million to construct a new public safety training complex, which you'll be hearing more about. So a lot going on in this front. And then lastly, I think I just have what's coming up. We have many important items coming up. I will say in August, we have several Nevada side projects that will require that in order to pass 5 Nevada votes. So a quorum is really essential for the meeting in August, particularly on the Nevada side. You already heard about the summit. We've got the Spooner Mobility Hub, which was previewed to the EIP committee, coming for action. And so that's a Nevada side project. We've got potentially still in flux, but potentially the next phase of the master plan at the Van Sickle Bi-State Park. We've got a presentation on the state of the lake from Dr. Stephanie Hampton, who's the new research director at the Tahoe Environmental Research Center at UC Davis, and she will be joining us. We've got a couple committees, items that I wanted to highlight. One, a mitigation fund overview, a question from Chair of Operations and Governance Committee, Member Lane, who asked about mitigation, regional mitigation funds and a pool of that for projects. And we just thought we'd go through all the different mitigation fund programs that we've got to clarify a lot of questions that we've heard lately. And Member Bass, you've had some questions about that. So we'll do that at operations. And then we've got Washoe County Phase 2 housing amendments coming in the next couple months. And then several appeals that I mentioned, which also have some pretty important voting requirements. And then I will just say tomorrow in the Sacramento Bee, there should be a column that'll be published, written from myself and Jason Vasquez, the executive officer of the California Tahoe Conservancy, that talks about Lake Clarity, our environmental improvement program as we're coming into the summit. And then, several months back, Cal Matters did a piece. We tried to get a response into Cal Matters, which they declined to run. So we got the Bee interested, and they're running that piece tomorrow. So we'll send that around to you in our clips, and I appreciate your attention. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, Graham St. Michelle. I just have a couple of very quick updates on some litigation matters. Following your decision to deny the buoy to Kent Bryan in May, he elected to again sue us. And again, that decision was supported by the decision that you made. So we'll go ahead and deal with responding to his complaint. Second, I wanted to note that there is a case that had been going on it's been, in the works for over a year. It was a slip and fall case at a casino, and TRPA was somehow implicated because we issued a permit. And we finally got to the point where we made a motion to dismiss the agency because they failed to properly serve us. They tried to serve a former board chair. So we were kind of wondering if we should do anything or not. We finally went forward with a motion to dismiss, and that is pending before the court right now. So if we end up getting kept in that case, we will invoke the indemnification piece of that permit and get our outside counsel involved and go from there. And then the last thing I just wanted to say was I periodically have been giving reports, updates on this unpermitted boat rental concessionaire that operates in Tahoe. We've been dealing with this for several years. This illustrates how hard it can be to, if you have somebody that's very recalcitrant. We try to settle a lot of matters. If we can't settle, we go to court. Even when we go to court, we can get a big judgment. We can get orders saying you can't do it. This person and his operation is still out there, still working. Now, in the spring, we went to court. This is in federal court in California, and the court found him in civil contempt. So that's pretty far along. And so he's been found in civil contempt, but he's still going. He's basically going to owe the court now a bunch of money. So we're continuing to, hopefully he's out there listening. I hope actually we're continuing to document and we'll continue to see this through and elevate the penalties and consequences for this violation. Thanks.
Thanks for the updates. Let's move on then to agenda item 13, governing board member reports. Any governing members have a report? Belinda?
Just a quick one. I was honored to be reappointed by Secretary Rivas. I'm Secretary Speaker Rivas. Giving him a different title here. But yeah, so you have me for a pleasure for the additional time.
Yay. Any other governing member board reports?
Madam Chair,
Please.
Is anybody excited to hear 6 days worth of stats on the Emerald Bay pilot really quick? Yeah, Haley's like, no.
3 minutes, member Lane.
Okay, all right. I'm shooting for my gold star. Here we go. We're 6 days of ridership. We're at 20% of maximum occupancy, which is a really important number because we based our whole financial model on 25% of maximum occupancy for ridership. So one weekend, we're really out of the gate strong. The Downtowner, who is our third-party provider, has stated that they've never seen a project get off the ground so quickly, that normally they have drivers sitting in shuttles for their whole shift and they don't even drive. So that was very exciting. There were 30, we only have dedicated CHP enforcement out there on the weekends. So in the 2 days that they were out there dedicated, they wrote 38 tickets and towed 3 vehicles. So that's working as well. I wanted to share a little bit about some of the families I met that are using it. 2 families from the Marriott, 9 people in the whole family. They took a shuttle out to Emerald Bay, and when they got there, I asked them, how did they find out? And they said they asked the concierge, and the concierge told them. I talked to another group of 7 that have a cabin right near Camp Rich. They heard about it on Instagram. So, I mean, we said we were going to do guerrilla warfare on how to get the word out because there wasn't enough time to do it appropriately. And that seems to be working. So I wanted to mention that. And then finally, to stay under my 3 minutes and get my gold star, on August 4th, we're going to do a waterborne demo with a hydrofoil fully electric vessel because we want waterborne to be part of our demo project next summer. There you go.
Yeah, definitely gold star. Well
Madam
done.
Chair.
Please.
I had one,
Please.
2 quick items. First is, and this is Cindy Gustafson for the record, a number of board members, several of you had reached out to me after the cell tower discussion at Dollar Point. And we have good news to report that we have found a site that we think meets with the California Tahoe Conservancy, Placer County. Our next site visit will include TRPA staff. Paul's going out with us. He's been incredibly helpful. And then hopefully AT&T can agree to this site. So it's across the street in a roadway easement. So we believe we can move quickly. The Conservancy won't have to take it back to their board because it will be within the roadway easement. The second item that I neglected to bring up during regional transportation planning is our relationship with Caltrans. They have recently increased speed limits in the Sunnyside area as well as on Highway 89 into the Tahoe Basin without consideration of the pedestrian and bicycle movements we see on sections of and the driveways that enter the state highway. So we're working to try to get that resolved, but I would really hope that I could also count on TRPA staff to help me in those discussions. They held one public meeting. It was at the city of South Lake Tahoe 2 years ago on increases of speed limits on the West Shore and North Shore. So I'm not quite sure how they thought our folks would know to go to set the city to talk, but they were also considering speed limit changes down here. So one public meeting and it was done. So we're working on that as well. Thank you.
I can just real quickly, Ms. Gustafson, we actually had to approach them because they were trying to raise them all through the city. And the way that we got them to not do that was having them present, and we had to do a whole, I mean, it was a process. So we did get them, but I don't know why they used our municipality to approve something that's in yours. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah,
But
Sunnyside with.
I will say we were successful in getting them to lower on the portions of 89 in the city as well as 50 because they were trying to raise them by 10 miles per hour throughout the whole city.
Well, unfortunately, the first we heard of it was the signs going up.
Madam Chair, if I may, just say we totally count on our support. Member Gustafson, our staff participated in the road safety audit with the city and as well at Emerald Bay, but they did the same thing around Camp Richardson. It's 45 miles an hour with all the pedestrians crossing from one side to the other. Again, the summit's always a great opportunity for officials that come up to talk to them. So we'll be doing that.
Thank you. Any other governing, Wes, Mr. Rice?
I'm not sure if I addressed this earlier or not, but I'm very pleased to announce that the Board of Commissioners in Douglas County just approved our microtransit for the next 3 years. So we have a stable source of funding for TTD as well as South Shore TMA.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. That's great news. Anyone else? Good news day. Okay. Committee reports. Any committee want to report out? All right. That brings us to our final agenda item. This is general public comment interest period. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. However, individuals or groups who have already commented on items listed on the agenda are not permitted to comment on that same topic. The governing board can only deliberate or act on items listed on the posted agenda. To ensure proper public notice, board members typically won't respond to comments on unlisted topics except to correct factual errors, ask for staff clarification, or request that a topic be placed on a future agenda. Finally, comments must be related to matters within the jurisdiction of the agency. We'll hear comments for up to but not to exceed 3 minutes per comment. We would like to hear as many unique comments as possible. And we will hear comments for up to but not more than a total of 60 minutes if we get there. Written comments received by 4 p.m. yesterday were forwarded to board members before the meeting start time. Late comments may be distributed and posted after the meeting. So at this point, I'd like to ask if there's anyone in the public in the room that wishes to make public comment at this time. And if not, I would like to ask Catherine if there's anyone online, please, to make public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's one hand raised online. Ryan M. Please unmute, state your full name for the record and make your comment.
Hello, my name is Ryan Meinzer. Assuming you all can hear me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the governing board. I'm Ryan Meinzer, founder and CEO of Fly Tahoe, and lead on the EIP project 0302010074. The Cross Lake Electric Flying Ferry included in the RTP as an illustrative project. So firstly, I want to thank the TRPA staff, agency partners, and many of you here today for your thoughtful coordination throughout the Connections 2050 adoption process. We've approached Fly Tahoe with transparency and respect for the basin's public agencies and community stewards, from TRPA and TTD to the League, U.S. Coast Guard, county supervisors, U.S. Forest Service, marinas, resorts, and TMAs. Fly Tahoe is rooted in a clear goal to offer fast, clean, and scalable cross-lake transit, reducing VMT, road sediment, and emissions, all while preserving the lake's clarity and connecting shoreline communities. Our inclusion in the EIP and RTP reflects how directly the project supports the RTP's goals, including environmental protection, multimodal mobility, safety, system performance, economic prosperity, and infrastructure resiliency. Fly Tahoe initially will be primarily privately funded and is operable using existing infrastructure and is actively advancing toward a tentative 2026 launch, subject to regulatory approval. Since early conversations, we worked hard to address valid concerns, from tech readiness to pricing and landside coordination. We've secured funding commitments and strengthened our service model to balance accessibility, inclusivity, and equity for both locals and visitors. We're coordinating closely on AAS mitigation, parking, and microtransit to not just integrate with, but complement existing systems under the auspices of Park Once and seamless first last mile access. As a project in the planning and design phase, we understand the path ahead, but also the unique opportunity this represents. The technology we're leveraging, the Candela P12, is already operating in Stockholm, cutting commute times, increasing ridership, handling 3+ feet chop, and outperforming diesel ferries on both cost and passenger experience. And because the vessels fly above the water on electric hydrofoils, there's no wake, no shoreline erosion, and no noise. Just silent, zero-emission transit that eases road congestion and supports economic resiliency, emergency response, and evacuation capacity basin-wide. I'm especially grateful to those who helped guide this effort early on, including those who emphasized the EIP pathway. It's been an honor to carry this forward responsibly. Thanks again for including Fly Tahoe's project in the RTP as we work together to build a more connected, resilient Lake Tahoe and set a national precedent for sustainable mobility.
And there are no more hands raised to comment.
All right, with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and I